Okay, good morning everybody and welcome to the Trafalgar Centre here in Nelson and to the Iris Awards sponsored by Sony. This is the creative category sponsored by Nikon, and we are just going to have a run through of the images that are going to be judged this morning, and then we'll have a little bit more information for you.
Bear in mind when you're speaking to an image, it's really lovely if we avoid saying things like just a bronze or just a silver. It was used a few times yesterday, and those entrants out there who have entered, a bronze is a huge award. It's really important. So somebody might be talking an image to a silver, and we've had others saying, oh, it's just a bronze. These are really special awards, so if we can avoid that sort of terminology, it'd be lovely. Thank you. Good luck.
Okay, we're just getting our judge exclusions here. Okay, whilst the judge exclusions are being inputted into the system, well, it doesn't look like anybody wants them. Maybe the judges can just do what they like today. Somebody from team.
We've got some paper to make notes on.
We'll find some paper for our judges to make notes on. Okay. Right, so just while they're doing the exclusions, as I said, we're coming from Nelson again this year, from sunny year, unlike last year where we could hear the rain on the roof. So that's lovely to hear or see. My name is Paul Daly. I'll be the one of the panel chairs, and beside me is Tracy Kennedy. She is co-panel chairing today. We have a plethora of wonderful judges, which we'll get through at some point. We'll start introducing them. So we thank them for their help here today. Just a reminder for those that are in the audience here about your phones. If you could just make sure they're on silent or off, that would be fantastic. Also, a reminder for those that are here in person, you can judge. Well, I guess you can judge your judges. The Ian Paul Award is up for grabs, and so in the box to put your entry in is just out the front with beside the big screen with the digital images on it. So if you want to vote for a particular judge that you think is doing a very good job, then go out there and put a name in on the piece of paper and put it in the box. And it's a popular vote, so the judge that gets the most votes wins the very prestigious Ian Paul Award, which is hotly contested, I hear, between the judges. Now, just to tell you what we're actually judging here this morning, it's the creative category, and our sponsor is Nikon, and we're very happy for their support in this. I'll give you go through the category descriptor so people out there know what the judges are looking for. The creative category is for composite and non-composite entries, photographs which a photographer would intend to include in their portfolio. The creative category recognises photographers who have skills in several areas or who may not want to specialise in one genre, which means that we normally get quite interesting variety of stuff to have a look at. So, how are we going? There's a lot of whispering going on in the background. So a lot of exclusions today. One of our Australian judges is particularly excluded. Gave us a very long list.
There are only 75.
There's only 75 out of 101.
I'm kidding, that's a joke.
You got writer's cramp writing down all the exclusions. We might as well actually just go list our judges while we're waiting for that to go. So I'll just have a handful of things here. Okay, so we're going to have Kay Davis. Well, not up to the. Sorry, I'm just listing who we've got for the judges today. So we've got Kay Davis, Chris Anderson, Mandarin Montgomery, Catherine Williams, Tim Lomax. Can I just have Paul Holan, Emma Steele. It's like a Jackie Rankin, Catherine Catnap, and Janine Fletcher. Sorry, I really do need that coffee. And maybe one more. Oh, we have a floating judge, but that's Christopher Ian. So, that's handy. Okay. We need a music interlude, don't we?
Happy to do it. You want one? I'll get you one. What do you like?
I'll show you one.
Cheers, mate. Look after us.
Okay, we do have a starting lineup in no particular order. Mandarin Montgomery, Tim Lomax, Catherine Williams, Chris Henderson, and Kay Davis. Yeah.
This room is so spacious. Let's go. Is they pink? I have one if you want to.
Are we all ready, judges? Everybody comfortable? Everybody logged in? Okay. I think we can begin. First image, please. Okay, we've started off with a hiss and a bang. We got an 80 with a silver award. Okay, and if I just ask, I might just ask Kay for, sorry, just went for a name in the middle, for a comment to the photographer.
I probably don't have anything that I could say to improve it because I think it's just a lovely ethereal sort of image and it's a new perspective on how I've seen this sort of botanical images created before.
Okay, thank you, Kay. All right, can we have the next photo, please? Okay, we have a score of 81, silver award. All right, Catherine, would you like to just say something about the image, please?
Yeah, very interesting, very vivid. The contrast, the use of the sort of negative objects in there. In terms of improvement, there was some where the hill is a little bit lighter than the rest, and that sort of created a little bit of a break in the flow. And I think that would have been an improvement for me.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 82, which is a silver award. Okay, Mandarin. Yep.
Can I challenge?
Yes, you can.
Since we can now challenge
Yep.
in a different way. I have scored this a silver distinction. I believe that it is well worthy of it. I can see homage to Park Harrison here, beautiful tonality in the black and white, a real sort of quiet but almost surreal deserted landscape where there's just a tiny bird that's positioned so perfectly. The paper choice, the printing is just exquisite. The really subtle use of a vignette to just draw the eye into the main subject, which is this really exquisite, beautiful tree branch and all the elements in the background with just a tiniest little misty landscape in the background to just bring it home. So I would love to hear from other judges and bring it up a little higher.
Okay, Kay, you're down the other end of things.
Yeah, I scored at 78. I felt that the vignetting was just a little bit too heavy, particularly down the, well, actually not all the four corners, which sort of, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more subtle. I really am, though, enjoying the balance of composition and the placement of all the different elements within the scene. So I think, and it has been beautifully printed. I will probably come up a little bit.
Chris, have you got anything to say? No? Yeah, Catherine.
Yeah, I scored this 83, so I was pretty close to the distinction range. Just a very sophisticated handling of this. The balance of the textures is really well done. The vignette to me is quite subtle and very well handled. It is softer than the darkest tones of the branch within that has an animal-like quality, and as you pull back from the image you realise that the branch on the left is also reminiscent of the bird that's in the sky and the shape, and it just balances really beautifully. You could spend a lot of time, and it has a very timeless feel to it as well.
Okay, anybody else got anything to add? No, Mandarin, it looks like it's back to you.
Actually, Catherine, you pinpointed that perfectly, because when I went up a second time, I was actually going to say, yes, the wood in the background absolutely looks like a bird, the one on the left, and then there's this teeny tiny one on the right that almost looks like a bird as well. It almost looks like a figure in there also. So there's all these things that just bring this whole image together, and the little bird that's flying past just really is the icing on the cake. That's the cookie that we're all looking for. It is so exquisitely printed. I actually almost wish I had have given it a gold, but absolutely it deserves a silver distinction. It is well worthy, and I'd just love you all to come up, please.
Okay, judges, if you could please rescore. Okay, well done. 86, silver distinction. Right, I'm sure the photographer will be very happy with that result. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Yep, Chris has got his hand up there pretty quickly. Yep.
Yeah, I'd love to challenge this. I was on 81. With an abstract piece like this, how your eye flows around is really important, and the light tones coming from the top left to the bottom right. you fall through this image in a way that's lovely. And at first I was kind of landing in that bottom right-hand corner, but then there are tendrils of dark tones that push you back up to the left. It almost looks like two shadows from hands that are pushing the eye back up to the top left-hand corner. Once I saw that, started just bouncing back and forth through the image, and that gave me the movement that I wanted. And then you look at the texture, it's so subtle, the palette is so simple, it's deceptively simple. It is a different image up close than it is from a distance. I would love to see us get into the silver range and love to have a chat about it.
Catherine, you're down the other end.
I gave the 73. I don't feel any resting place for my eyes, and as a result I'm just taken out of the image, and there's not enough to draw me back in, especially in that bottom area. I just don't go to that part of the image, and I just keep lifting out, so that's where I've sat at this stage, but yeah.
Mandarin?
I'm actually with Chris. I scored it a silver, and I think it is a very intriguing image. When you go up to it close, you can see almost a feather-like quality. When you pull back, it looks like abstract art. But the thing that I think is a bit of genius is the paper choice is so smooth and soft. When you go up, you can't quite tell, is it a photograph? Is it someone who's got a whole lot of paint and smudged it over paper? It actually has this incongruous technique that you can't quite tell what it is, and I applaud that, and that's why I gave it a silver.
Okay, have we got anything else to add? No? Looks like it's back to you, Chris.
Thanks for the comments, everyone. Catherine, I kind of don't mind that my eye doesn't rest, and often I love a resting place, but I feel like this swirl keeps me moving. It feels like you're looking at an eddy just to the side of a river, and that movement I find, for me, is really intriguing, and I enjoy it. I don't get stuck in that bottom right-hand corner. Those darker hands push me back up to the light, and then the light, it falls down like a waterfall. So that motion is what intrigues me about this. And I get that's probably, we'll all see different things, but that's what I see. And thanks for the comments, Mandy. We only need a little bit to get it to silver, so I'd love to see you guys come with me.
Okay, judges, if you could please rescore. Right, we've got a 79, so we've got our first review of the morning, really early on. Okay, so just stand by, and momentarily we'll need you to score either 80 or 79. Okay. All right, that's a 79, Bronze Award. Okay, thank you for that. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 84, which is a silver award. Happy with that? You can challenge.
I mean, we're so close to a distinction, so let's have a chat. So I just scored this 87. Just the creaminess of both the colour palette and also the technique and the way they work to give a cohesive dreaminess to the whole space yet there's still enough texture. It's not we're not looking at complete flatness throughout. What we assume is sand there. You see a difference throughout. It just feels so smooth. Then you've got this against the complementary soft colours in the background. Then you've got this pop of rich colour, and the feeling. It takes me to where I've sort of gone to the distinction is just the emotional feeling I get of these people, whatever they're doing, which I can't make out. They're just in their own wee world, and that speaks to an emotional space of them just having a quiet time together, and it's the emotion that's lifted me higher with this.
Chris, you're down the other end of things.
I wasn't too far down the other end.
No,
I was,
no, it's not- it's
I was
not
on
a huge
81.
thread. Yeah,
I
not
agree
a
with
huge
everything you said, and this feels like a memory, and that's what I love about it. There's one thing that I'd love you to talk about. The vignette on the top, it kind of goes to gray. Like there's this rich, subtle. No, I shouldn't say rich. It's a subtle color the whole way through, but at the top it starts to darken down a little bit, and it feels like storm clouds gathering on a day, and that sort of jarred a little bit with the rest of it, and that's maybe where the tension was for me. But I'm definitely interested in coming up and maybe the distinction.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Tim as well because he's up there.
Yeah, when I first went up to this print, I mean, the print quality in itself was an automatic to this standard. And all the comments I completely agree with. I think just touching on what Chris said with the grey at the top, I almost feel that contains you to come back down to the shadow under the figures. But I really like how you pointed out it feels like a memory. And I think in a way we could all place ourselves in that scene of feeling maybe lost in a vastness, but it's oddly calm at the same time. So I was on 85, so I can't see much wrong with it. And it's a really, really beautiful piece of artwork.
Mandarin?
I am so glad that you challenged this, Catherine, because it's given me an opportunity to go back up and look at it. And I'm going to go one step further than what Chris said, because if you have a look at the sand, the photographer has actually printed it in a way that you've got really subtle tones of cyan, of apricot, of magenta running through the sand that add depth to it in a way that's quite mesmerising. I would normally say that something like an image like this, you should have the subject either in the centre or on the third, but it's just off centre, and it works so superbly because the pop of colour just draws you in. I'm almost actually going up to gold. I love it so much, but I need you to explain to me what those two little sticks are just to the right of the red figure, because I couldn't figure that one out.
Okay. Anything else there?
Probably not really much more to add, but I don't have a problem with the grey at the top because, as Tim said, it tends to sort of contain what's in the image. The placement of the figures, I agree, off centre, it just works beautifully. And even in the fact that they're in the slightly sort of deeper tone of the sand, the layering through here has just been so beautifully done. It's a beach scene, maybe they're playing cricket, maybe that's what those stumps are, who knows. But it can invoke a lot of different memories for different people about what they did themselves at the beach when they were with family members and things like that. So it's a very, very strong emotive image, but it's been absolutely beautifully crafted.
Okay, Catherine, back to you to wrap up.
It's making me feel like I was actually a little bit light on 87. Really touching on the memory aspect of this again is, the immediate emotional response I had, and that is what it is, it's the memory, but then you've really followed through with the richness. This is a rich memory which is brought to us in the colour. The sticks, while I see they could be many things, it could be beach cricket, it could be that they've searched for sticks in the sand, and I don't think it matters, because this is a space where you draw from your own imagination and your heart, the things that you've experienced, and that's why it's bringing such a strong emotional response as you look at it, and then all brought together with just the paper choice and the print quality is absolutely exceptional. Very, very beautiful piece.
Okay, judges, please rescore. It's some pretty good talking. 90, Gold Award. I'm sure the photographer will be very happy with that challenge. Okay. Thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a 78 Bronze Award. Very tight scoring across the board. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I actually really enjoyed this because it's very intriguing subject matter. I have no idea what it is. The only thing I find is the heaviness on the right-hand side of the image. I do wonder whether it would have been better suited at the bottom just to give it that little bit of grounding because it's taking my eye out of the frame.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a Silver Award with 80. Okay, and once again, yeah, Tim.
Yeah, congratulations to the photographer on this. When I first went up, it almost took a second to find the bride in there, and then once you did, it's just a beautiful dreamscape. I think what would have brought it up higher for me is if the left side had completed the scene with more bits of the fabric and maybe some additional elements to place where that bride is.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Next image, please. Could you move the print forward a little bit? It's a bit reflective, I think. Okay, we have an 83 silver award. Okay, Mandarin, you would like to challenge? Yeah.
I'm on silver distinction, and I do think it is worthy of a conversation and bringing it up as well to a silver distinction. It is absolutely super creative to use these beautiful flowing fabric pieces to add weight and style to the fish swimming through the water. The use of the black in the background is not necessarily something that you'd expect, but it just it really makes the fish pop, even though the fish is quite subtly coloured. And the tiny, teeny little bubbles just off to the left are just add that little additional element that really brings it home. So I'd love to hear from others about the image.
Tim, you're down the other end of things.
I gave this a 77 bronze. I can appreciate the elegance of the fish, and I do love the bubbles on the side. However, what's really brought it down for me is my eye goes to the highlight on the fabric or fin, and I want to go to the face. And the other thing is, I just feel like there's an element missing, maybe some sort of other fabric to illustrate reeds or some sort of environment where this fish could be. But I'm listening.
Okay, Catherine wants to say something, and then we'll come to Kate.
Yeah, I scored this 83, and for me, the element that was moving was, that was missing was the movement. I didn't feel a sense of movement. I feel sort of a liquidity through that fabric, but I don't feel like I need a ripple through the water or something that gives me a sense that we're seeing something in motion, which I feel is what the suggestion is, and so that was what sort of held me back from going higher.
Kate, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I scored at 86 as well, Mandarin. I found it really intriguing, and I think I would have gone higher if I had seen that light on the face. For me, the movement is in the fabric that's actually tailing behind where the lighter part is. And the bubbles give it a sense of placement. It's in water. It's just beautifully, cleverly being created. And I guess, I'm looking at the criteria that we're looking at. It's been beautifully, excellent level of technique, craft and production. And the level of imagination and creativity is up there with silver distinction.
Do we have anything else to add? No? Okay, Mandarin, looks like it's back to you.
It's I keep looking at the colour palette. It's quite unusual, and it's quite stunning in its subtlety. It's interesting that there's been comments about having more light on the fish's face, but I think the genius in this image is that the light is on that little piece of fabric towards the back, and if you look very closely, I'm not sure if it's the actual texture of the fabric, but it certainly looks like to me that there is a subtle movement, and that slight bit of movement just makes you realise that the fish is in motion. It's only very subtle, but I think that is really well conceived. So it's definitely worth a silver distinction. I'd love to see you come up, please.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, you managed to do that. 86, silver distinction. All right, thank you very much. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, bronze award. And a comment from somebody along the line there? Everybody?
Congratulations to the photographer. I think with these sorts of abstract pieces, it's more about feeling. However, I think the crushing and the highlights kind of down the lower right-hand corner let it down a bit.
Very quickly.
And also just be very aware of banding when you're printing.
Yep. Okay. Great. Thank you for those comments. Next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. It's an automatic review, but do you want to challenge it?
Yeah, I'll go for it.
Okay.
This, at first it was just the texture that pulled you in, a cold, damp, almost somber feel. And I was searching the scene, and then all of a sudden that white leaf came to life, and it looks like a sad animal. And for some reason, it really touched me. And I just looked at it, and that wee black speck, I just see sadness in its eyes. And I know, I just think lying amongst these dead leaves and decaying, it kind of reminds me of how, a lot of wildlife are losing their homes, or this might be a stretch, but this is what I'm getting from it. Like, there's so much character in that leaf, and it really touched me.
Okay, you're down the other end
Yeah,
there.
I'm down the other end. I'm on 73, and I guess I couldn't quite overlook the missing pixels down the bottom, and on the edge of the bottom right, there's a little area that's, I don't think it's missing pixels, but it's a little bit of white area that's on the corners of the bottom. And I also felt just and I love your interpretation of that little animal, because I can see that, but I just felt that was just a little bit too strong in terms of too bright. I would have liked to have been a little bit more subtle, just so that you could actually enjoy all the tonal values that are in those autumn, winter leaves.
Mandarin?
It's a stunning image. I gave it a silver award just for the beautiful tonality. And look, the reason why I haven't gone higher is because the sharpest leaf, I feel, is the one on the lower right. The hero leaf, the one that I think, I feel like this is a split tone image, the brightest leaf, and the one to the left, just below it to the left, they both look like they've been created black and white, monochrome, and the others have a subtle colour. And that is very clever, but I'm struggling to see the relationship between the two, and the fact that that very bright leaf doesn't seem to have the texture and the clarity as the one below it just doesn't sort of resonate with me. So I'd love to hear more.
Okay. Do we have anything else to add? Yeah, Catherine?
I was on 78. I am going to come up just in terms of the balance that the one below leads you up and through. I saw the creature straight away, and I did have that emotional response. But there is a balance between the one on the bottom with the veins coming up, the one on the left, and then the brightest leaf there. My reaction where I sat was probably because of the brightness of that one. But then I see sort of like an icy coldness. So in terms of the treatment of the palette in there, instead of going for the sort of warm autumn colours that we may expect at that time of year, we have got a very icy, sombre, cyany, purpley tonality, which aids the whole suggestion of death and decay. So that to me would bring it up to silver.
Okay, don't have anything else to add. I think it might be back to you, Tim.
Yeah. Kay, just in terms of the texture and the main leaf there, I think if we added more brightness, it would overpower the other leaves. I like that you have to find, I know that sticks out, but it still sits within the rest of the leaves quite nicely. I think if you pumped that up a little bit too much, you wouldn't be able to wander around to the other leaves. Yeah, I just think it's a really beautiful, as Catherine said, somber image that has a lot of depth, and it's a different play on, I guess, a nature image or a nature-based image.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, you've made a silver award, 80. Okay, thank you very much. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Okay, very tight scoring across the board there. Can I look, say, maybe Catherine? Catherine, could you say something? No?
Maybe.
Oh, sorry. Yep, sorry. Tim has got his hand up again. Yeah.
Really, really beautiful image, and I think the treat for me was I see a face in the petal in the central, in the lighter spots, and I think that's what really pushed it over the line for me. Beautiful printing, beautiful colour and tonal range, and yeah, congratulations.
Great, thank you for that. All right, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. You can, if you want to.
Yeah, I'd like
Okay,
to.
yep, throw your hand up.
Oh, sorry. I would like to challenge, please.
Rightio.
I put it into silver distinction because I think that it is worthy of it. I'd love to talk about it. I think I did ballet as a child, and I remember the positions first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and it sort of reminds me of that a little bit. When I looked at all the figures, I thought, are they trying to create a type of clock? If you look at there's 12 figures around the edge, they almost, the one sort of northeast almost looks like a number 2. And I can see that maybe there's some sort of homage to a clock of some sort. But I think it's also beautifully printed. The colour palette's stunning. The posing of the nude is really well handled. So I do believe it's worth a silver distinction.
I'd like to hear from Catherine, because you're down the other end of things. But,
Yeah, I was on 78. I would be open to coming up to my score to silver, but I don't really feel it is fitting in silver distinction for me. Just in terms of the eye, it feels there's quite a fight in between the background. Almost feels like the loudest element than the nudes, and it's fighting it, and then sort of looking around and exploring the scene, and there looks like some duplication of the same rocks, and that's probably something that's holding me back in terms of, as it is an image you need to spend a lot of time with, and wanting to really get in there and look at the faces and the posing, and I certainly appreciate the level of craft within the creation, but just having the duplication of the rocks is something that I would have preferred to have not seen.
Tim.
I'm on 83 silver, and I think it's an incredibly beautiful image. The azure tones, is that a thing? The blue tones are really, really beautiful. The posing of the models is really beautiful. What let it down for me was the detailing. I feel like some of the faces down the bottom were quite grey in skin tone, and then up in the top you're kind of fighting the highlights of the chest, and the face is darker. And I think also the choice of having a dark lip, I feel like I'm going to the body as opposed to her face, because the highlights are more on her chest, and then her skin tone feels a lot more greyer in the faces. So it was just more of a technical thing, keeping out a distinction for me.
Okay, Chris.
I'm not too far away on 82. I think a couple things for me. I almost feel like there's too many elements. Like I almost wish that the middle circle of figures wasn't there, because it would let you wander around the image a little bit more. I'm a little concerned about the blueness in the feet. So there's all of the figures, as you work your way down the legs, the feet get very cold, and that seems pretty consistent. And that meets the color tone of the rest of the image, but it makes me feel uncomfortable. So I'm open to coming up, but I want to hear more.
Okay, do we have anything else to add? No? Okay, Mandarin, looks like it's back to you.
Great comments from everyone, and I think this is definitely an image that there are elements of improvement that all the other judges have suggested. Regarding that sort of blue cyanish tone over the figures, I think, there's one figure on the right that it actually starts from quite high up on the waist, and perhaps that is a deliberate way of sort of tying in the figures to that beautiful azure, as you said, colour in the background. I do love the colour palette immensely. With regard to some of the rocks being duplicated, that's possibly true, and that's maybe why I didn't go higher. And also to address the dark lipstick, that's an interesting element, and I do agree that it may not be for everyone, but once again, perhaps that is to actually tie in those figures with the deep dark shadows in the rock elements to tie it all together. So I do believe it's worth a silver distinction.
Okay, judges, if you could please rescore. Oh, we've got a technical meltdown, do we? Right, we need somebody from honours. If it's not just like a wiggle the plug, it's not a wiggle the plug thing. No, okay, we need somebody from honours. Somebody from honours. I think somebody's gone out to grab somebody. Sorry? A lolly interlude. I think that's the throw at the judges to wake them up.
Are we asleep?
No, I don't think you were. It's not time for it. I wouldn't have thought it was time, but apparently it is.
Always go back to pen and paper.
Apparently so. Yep. Does anybody need sugar this early on? I think people are still in the caffeine fix bit. Oh. We need a direct line to Paul.
I love that. I'm not the only one. You're making me feel more normal.
Right. Okay, just while the tech team get on to finding out what's happened to the computer, just a reminder that the awards are sponsored by the good people at Sony, and the creative category here is sponsored by the good people at Nikon, and we'd like to thank them both for their generous support. Without that, we would not be able to do this. And so, oh, here comes the tech guys. Bated breath. We have a score of 83, silver award. Great conversation about the print. Thank you very much. Okay, and can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score currently of 85, silver distinction. But Catherine would like to talk about this.
I gave this 98. This made my heart pound. This is like, oh, there's just, I had such an emotional response in terms of this feels like a dream. It feels like if you imagine that you're flickering, you're in a dream state and you're flickering, you're taking pieces of memory. It feels like a transition in time. It doesn't feel like we're looking at one time. I feel like I'm time traveling, and there's a real obscurity about this container that has a presence in the middle. It's the use of something that is such a hard object presented in such a soft way. And then we have the figures, each one of them standing in their own space. And, you know, we have this sort of wistful feeling of the figures off from the right, the handling of the print, the softness, but there's detail all the way throughout, the print quality, the paper choice, everything is working in a very synergistic way. The level of detail, the handling to bring the softness, but then bring that richness, the rich colours, and the level of balance in those rich colours, the colours in the container, the depth and darkness of the figure on the right, that almost feels like it shouldn't work, but there's just the balance created by the heavy pieces in the container, and then the letting the figures off in the distance. They're not drifting away. There's still the same depth and richness and dark, and then that carries on through the sand, which then draws us back into it again.
Okay, down the other end of things.
Which one?
Okay,
First.
Catherine? Chris?
Okay. I was on 78, and I think I will be coming up a little bit. There are some elements of this image that are just delightful. Everything you described about the characters, the shipping container, the motion, and there are some choices about what's been blurred and where the drag is and what direction it's in that I think are really intriguing. But there's some other choices that take me out of that. And specifically, it's those two little signs on the shipping container that are sharp. Now it's such a distinct choice given the rest of the image. And I don't understand why they're there and why they're sharp, because it stops me from flowing around the image. And it just, because they're so sharp, they become a really significant component. They're sharper than anything else. So that's one of those things that probably pulled me down. I found the top right corner a little heavy as well. So I'll be coming up to silver for sure, but I want to hear a lot more about some of these choices.
Okay, you were...
Yeah, I probably don't really have much more to say than what, what's your name, Chris?
Phil.
What Chris has said. I don't mind necessarily the signage on the container, because maybe it's, you know, you can interpret that as a lifeguard station type thing that these containers are being used for on the beach. For me, it was the heaviness on the top right-hand corner, and that is a choice that the photographer could have actually made to actually, because I find it quite distracting. And there's also a sort of a lot heavier down the bottom right. The quality of the print is beautiful, and all those elements you pointed out were absolutely sublime, but those things have just pulled it down a little bit for me.
Mandarin?
I'm probably coming up, though.
Yep.
Not to gold.
Thank you for challenging this, Catherine. I was on a silver distinction, and it's given me an opportunity to say a couple of things now that it's challenged. So firstly, I'll go to the negatives. I kind of wish that the vignette on the upper left was similar to the upper right, so it really drew your eye in a little bit more. Also, in that red crate, there's a bit of a step down in the gradation where it fades off, where it feels a little clunky. I would have liked it to have been quite even. They're the only negatives. I'm going up to gold. It's almost post-apocalyptic. That dark figure in the front is quite eerie, and I'm struggling with the whole beautiful serenity of it, and yet there's an element of kind of dread. What I would say to the photographer is in instances like this, make sure when you're going to have a little sign, make sure that it's large enough for the judges to read, because it took me a long time to see that it says medical medical stuff only or medical something only. So these are crates of perhaps masks or something. So maybe this is a reference to all the issues we've had with COVID over the past couple of years. So I'm going up to gold. I think it's beautiful.
Okay, anything else? Yeah, Tim?
Yeah, since we're discussing gold distinction, I thought I'd just chime in as well. I get a real almost afterlife feeling to this, like you're passing over, and I can really appreciate that ethereal nature, almost haunting quality. Like Chris said, the signs are what let it down for me, the sharpness of those, and I feel like that pulls me out of this surreal world and pulls it into reality. And just the other thing is I feel like I'm fighting between the black figure in the front and then the white dress on the right, and then this is very small, but there's something on the left and it's a wee dot, and it just really bothers me. But it's a beautiful image, like beautifully handled and printed, and colour tones amazing. Yeah.
Okay, Catherine, that's back to you.
The sharpness on the container, you see on the left-hand side of the container is also very sharp and balances out the sharpness in the signage. We're meant to be able to read that signage clearly because that is a very strong part of the messaging. You know, from a metaphorically, I see a cross in there. You know, we have this otherworldly afterlife feeling, and then we have the symbolism of a cross, but it's not in your face. It has been presented through the structures that are within it. On the right-hand side, past the three figures that you can see clearly, it looks like in the distance there is another two figures. There's a huge amount of depth that has been created through this. Everything's very intentional. The vignette on the right-hand side, the top, is very intentional. It's, you know, it is pulling and drawing, you know, rather than thinking about technique, think about feeling and how that balances out, and that you don't want to be pulled out of the top of the frame, you want to be drawn back in. Just the level of richness and innovation in this, and then the intense emotional response that is also feels like it's very of our time at the moment is what's bringing me up so high.
Okay, judges, if you could please rescore. Okay, congratulations, 91, Gold Award. All right, nice deep breath, and we're just going to have a little bit of a change, so if we just have a blank screen, a blank plinth for a moment. All right, so, okay, you can take a break for a moment, and Emma, can you come in, please? And Paul, if you can come and take place of Tim. Thank you. Yep, okay. Right, are we all good? Okay, let's, next print please. Okay, we have a score of 81, silver award. Pretty even scoring across the board. Might throw one of the new guys in, on the deep end. Paul, comment to the photographer?
Yeah, very intricate image. There's a lot of separation, there's a lot of cohesion, there's a lot of doors and windows to move into different parts of the image, sort of conceptually and literally and figuratively. Well printed. I feel like the resolve on the left-hand side sort of galaxy features a little bit less than the right, and that off-put me a little bit, but I was quite solid on 84.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Silver award. So, next image, please. Okay. What's this? Can we just check the orientation of the print? Okay, the print is correct. Just for those that are at home or online, the print orientation is incorrect on the live stream. It should be 90 degrees anti-clockwise? No, 90 degrees clockwise. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Okay, once again, fairly tight scoring across the board. Emma, you're the other newbie on the board.
Yeah, well done to the photographer. It's very imaginative, and they've done a good job. I probably just couldn't quite see a lot of detail in the dark reads down the left-hand side, but well done.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a 83, which is a silver award, and Paul wants to challenge that immediately.
Yeah, first of all, visually, I like the way it kind of breaks the rules, and compositionally, I feel like the texture in the paper adds a delicious flavour to the sky in particular, which has a very contemporary, modern, sophisticated kind of feel, and tonally. Where it really kind of sings for me is in the conversation in the landscape. There's almost like this interdimensional kind of what's the word? Like you can walk in and out of the frame sort of in little pockets and steps all the way through with the amount of resolve and detail that brings forward and back. And also it's a conversation about geology, about flora, about time. And there's little pockets and separated elements. All of those kind of orchestrated through in a very sophisticated kind of way through the landscape. So you can walk through and spend a lot of time. So a very complex, very intriguing way to present what could be a very simple landscape into a much more sophisticated realm.
Okay, not that
87.
Thanks, Paul. Not that there's huge spread, but down the other end, Mandarin.
I'm really enjoying the patchwork quilt nature of this landscape that could be fairly uninteresting, quite stunning, but the photographer has really brought it up an element to put in something that will draw our eye in. Where I've been let down, and I'm on a silver, I'm not sure if I'm at silver distinction, I'm just missing something where those lines draw my eye up into the centre of the frame in the sky, and I'm looking for that extra element, whether it's a bird or a plane or something in the sky, because my eye keeps getting led out of where the subject is, which is the two little walkers down the bottom.
Chris, did you have anything to add, being the...
So I'm up on 85 in silver distinction. I think this is a wonderful construction, and I really appreciate that all of the strips that are coming through here, they're not all straight. I mean, they're not straight. They're all irregular. They're all organic. And I feel like the photographer has patchworked multiple different landscapes together to create something that doesn't exist but feels real and feels organic. It reminds me of those images where you kind of shoot at different times of the day and you stitch them together, and that's what I thought it was at first, but when you get into it and you realize that it's different things that have been added to create a new landscape, I think that's remarkable, and that technique's wonderful. I don't have any negatives. I'm with you, Paul.
Okay, was there anything else to add? No? Paul, looks like it's back to you.
Yeah, beautiful patchwork quilt conversation about geology and time and structure and place. You know, it's beautifully sophisticated, and funny enough, I don't even see the figures, and I feel like that gives it a nice sense of placement and scale, and a little bit more of a conversation about our personal relationship and understanding of the evolution of how a landscape evolves over time, and what are the elements that make it up, and it's beautifully kind of slivered away into these little micro pocket areas that you can read into with beautiful little detail that have their own kind of mini conversations going on and create a sort of wider symphony overall. I'm on 87. Come and join us.
Okay, judges, if you could please rescore. Okay, they came along for the ride. 85, silver distinction. All right, can we have the next print, please? And if I can just remind judges to just keep things timely. We are going to be here for a long time today, and today it will be tonight if we continue on. So obviously we want everybody to have a good look and everything, but Okay, we've got 81, Silver Award. And if we can just have a comment from the panel, somebody in the panel. Chris, yep.
It's a lovely image. There's great tone and great texture through it. I think one thing that might have helped it a little bit, there's some areas of crispness, particularly towards the left of the image where the transition from crisp to blurred kind of runs over the shape in a way that isn't around the rest of the image. So I think controlling that a bit more would have made it consistent and would have gone higher.
Okay, thank you for that. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And you already said that? Okay. And maybe Catherine, you are on the near the average there.
Yeah, beautiful tonality, and congratulations to the photographer. Where the focus sits in this, I feel that the focus is potentially not quite sitting in exactly the right place, and just drawing our eyes into the detail of the water droplet. And there's just on the right hand side, the softness through that dark piece of the leaf there is just a little bit of a distraction.
Okay, thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, Silver Award. Catherine, you'd like to jump
Yeah, I scored this 88. Just the presence of this magnificent beast of a tree, all tangled, the sharpness, the crispness, the balance of textures. There's some real boldness in the textures throughout all of this. There's a real anchoring. The anchoring of the earth to me is very, very strong. And then the breakthrough where the horizon meets the sky is, really cleverly done through that texturing on the right-hand side, that sort of blotchy whisperiness in the back. And then the faraway tree, also beautifully sharp, all the sticks that come through, none of them breaking the horizon line, very cleverly, thoughtfully thought out. It feels like a very contemporary take on something that is quite classic. Paper choice, everything drawn together, the weight and the top just drawing us back in. And there's just nothing that disappoints in terms of sharpness and the level of detail. Everything in the shadows is showing. Really just draws us into that magnificent tree.
You're down the other end of things.
Yeah, it's interesting listening to Catherine because she sort of explained it a bit more to me, but I was struggling with the element or the earth down the bottom and where that meets into the skyline, which I really enjoyed. The skyline and the textures and the print is beautiful. Yeah.
We've got a couple of people wanting to jump in there. Paul?
Yeah, I struggled a little bit with what feels like an overtly aggressive, abrasive kind of treatment in terms of sharpening. Particularly felt like it was way more than was necessary for the already present power and the structural features of the image, which is quite well designed. I also struggled a little bit with the transition between the horizon and what feels like a textural overlay in the background, and it just needed a bit of a more sort of sophistication to the transition there to blend it into an overall cohesive piece for me. But I'm appreciating what Catherine's bringing to the table.
Mandarin?
I would really encourage the photographer, if you're listening, to look at the work of Park Harrison. The tree is absolutely superb. It's like a flower, leaves, petals unfolding. The subject is exemplary. But where it lets it down for me is that overlay. And overlays can make or break an image. I have scored this a bronze. I would have gone up much higher if the overlay wasn't, for better, loss of terms, a little clunky down the bottom. The halo around the fence posts, it's just a little bit too undercooked. I feel like it should be deepened a little bit. So, look, I would go back and rework this image.
Anything else to add? No? Catherine, back to you.
Yeah, the overlay, there is the aggressive quality that you talked about, Paul. I think that is present, and I think part of that is the point of this. And you see all the shapes in the tree. This is a beast of a tree. This is hardy. It's wild, and it's very, very present in your face. And then just the anchoring of the earth in this, and how that texture has been brought in to balance that off. And then the sharpness which is there is carried all the way throughout, which just really, really brings just such a strength to this.
Okay, judges, please read score. Brought it up to 81. Silver award. Good conversation about the image anyway. So we're going to just do blanks for you just for a moment. We're just going to do a little bit of a swap around and also just let the judges know that there's some... Is there morning tea available? Was that what we mentioned? They're going to start it. Oh, okay, so it might not quite yet be available. Okay, Janine, if you come in for Catherine. And... Mandarin, if you take a break, and if Jackie, if you'd like to come in. Okay, we've just got another exclusion pop up, so it might be a short run for you, Jackie, but we'll get you in for a few. Right, okay, can we have the next, please? We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Very tight scoring across the board. Chris?
And this is a really good choice to put this into the circular mat. I think that helps with the subject and the view. I really wanted a place to rest. I wanted these to guide my eye to something that was a target. I didn't feel like it quite had that, so I think revisiting this concept with a landing point would be amazing.
Okay, thank you for that comment. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 82, which is a silver award. Once again, very tight scoring from our judges. Emma, could you just a small comment?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this image and the creativity. It's a great concept. Probably my eye was drawn to the dot, sort of centre bottom. It's just quite flat, and but I love the dog on the left looking at the spot beside him. Probably if you're going to take it further, maybe some dots, sort of one dog with less dots. But no, great concept, well done.
Okay, great, thank you for that. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Jackie's got a hand up immediately. Yep.
Yeah, I scored an 83. I think it's a silver for me. I went up and I had chocolate, white chocolate, brown chocolate, all sorts of chocolates in my mouth, and that visceral sort of taste came through it, not flowers in the molten, but maybe that's it's the molten chocolate sort of flavour I got. So I was on that. Composition's beautiful, printing, can't fault it. So, yeah, why isn't not a silver?
Emma, you're down the other end of things.
Yeah, I perhaps didn't get that emotive feeling from it. I enjoyed the fluid sort of feel of it and the softness and the mood, but I didn't quite get that. But I'm listening.
Paul, yeah.
Yeah, I just put it as a bronze at 75 for that kind of molten fluid quality, but I felt like it's sort of, you could have accentuated that a little bit more and maybe also supported the softness of the image with maybe a gentler paper choice.
Yep. Okay, thank you very much. Might be back to you, Jackie.
Yeah, I didn't really hear any negatives that were strong enough to bring it out of being a silver. There's a real deliberate sharpness of parts of those edges that are enough to lock your eye and give you that contrast of hard to soft, warm to cold. You can, as you're looking at this longer, I'm sure you're feeling like having a chocolate or something like that, a good coffee. It's a really meditative piece that I think is quite deliberately and craftily put together. So yeah, silver for me at 83.
Okay, judges, if you could rescore. We do have a little technical issue with one of the computers again. Happens to be the same computer. So
Can we get some chocolate while we're waiting?
Chocolate. We can throw some lollies at you. We haven't got any chocolate.
Coffee,
The chocolate fish,
vanilla.
maybe.
But everybody else has.
Gotta wait, haven't we?
Jackie, you can put your score in, and
Gotta wait, huh?
then we can just hope like heck that the tech help gets here anytime soon. So. It happens at the worst possible time because we're going to do a little bit of a swap of the judges, but in a minute. But we can't do that until this is done. They're going to throw lollies at you guys. There was little cups of them yesterday.
How's your arm going? Holding all the pits up for us. It must be pretty strong. It's like let's keep swapping arms.
Reminding everybody once again that the awards, the Nikon Iris Award, good grief. it's the Nikon category, creative category, and the awards are sponsored by Sony. Two great sponsors out there. Just reminding the audience that you can vote for the Ian Poole Award. The judge that you think is the best judge, you can go and put their name on a bit of paper and go and put it in the voting box, which is out in the gallery area there, beside the digital display that's got all the digital images on it. So, yep, vote for your favourite judge. And oh, here comes something chocolatey. Chocolate
Oh, steady on
biscuits.
the chocolate. Oh, that's the same colour as that print.
Okay, I'll take one. Just so I feel guilty.
Just so I don't feel so bad. Can't make trouble, you know. Like,
Here we go.
I'll return them back.
there we go. There we go. 3 out of 5 ain't bad.
Janine's computer there. Yeah. 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 We might need them shortly. Right. Okay. Swap it out for something that's a bit more reliable. No, go. Yeah, they're going to change it though. Okay, we have a score of 78, Bronze Award. And we just have a blank screen for a moment. We're just going to, Chris, you're going to have a break. And Christopher, you're going to come in.
Only one Christopher.
Oh, yeah, Christopher. Yeah. Christopher, you sign in as floating, please.
Bring the whole kit, mate.
Okay. Rightio, I think we can go. Yep, next print, please.
Paul, I've still got my old.
Oh, my apologies. I got carried away with everything that was going on. Stand by it. Wait for the system to do its thing.
Thank you.
And yep, you're all good. Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a Bronze Award. Paul, quick word.
wonderfully arresting pops of colour that just bounce us around the frame in a beautiful sort of way. Where I felt a little bit challenged by this image was the way the focal plane's been handled. There's areas that bring you forward and back that are sort of feel quite unresolved, that are quite distracting, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Can we have the... no, we have to do a quick judge change. Sorry, Jackie, and you're one of the ones that we have to change.
Oh, really?
Sorry. Okay, just blank screen for a moment. And Kay, can you jump in for Jackie, please? And Tim, can you come in for Janine, please? So we're just navigating exclusions. So but at the same time, we're wanting judges to get a bit of a go. So, all right, are we good? Okay, so let's next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 83, which is a silver award. All happy with that? Okay.
Can I challenge?
Yeah, just get up there.
Okay,
Throw your hand up.
Okay, sorry. No, I really enjoyed this image, the tones, the sort of the peacefulness about it, the feeling. Obviously it's explaining a dog, perhaps it's past, but it's just got beautiful tones, and it's so well produced and handled and printed. And yeah, I'm 87, so it'd be nice to get it to distinction.
Okay, everybody else is sort of in a group. Christopher, yeah?
Speaking in my photojournalistic way, I would have loved to have seen that cushion with the indent of the animal, because obviously favourite piece of resting, and yet it's almost immaculate, like it was never used in the dog's own lifetime. So often when people have left the room, they leave the bed adjusted as Dad was taken to hospital. They leave it as the way it was when the animal left or the person left.
Okay, and do we have any other comments? Okay, yep.
I just agree with what Ian's just said. I'd also, Christopher, sorry, has just said, I also feel that the lighting is a little bit, it's not like it's a directional light. It's actually sort of darker at the top and lighter down the bottom, where it should be the other way around in terms of fall off of light. So yeah, but beautifully presented and image though.
Okay. Looks like it might be back to you, Emma.
Yeah. As far as the cushion, yes, that could have added an element, but maybe it's just a well-sprung mattress it's got. The fall-off light, yeah, I guess it's sort of highlighting the bed. I still feel it's sort of got excellent level of visual communication, but yeah, have a think, guys.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, a little bit of movement there. 84, silver award. Alrighty, and can we have the next image, please? No, you're fine. Okay, we have a score of 85, silver distinction. All right, so pretty good scoring across the board there. Just looking for a comment from somebody. Tim?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this photograph and art piece. I could hear the wind blowing, and I love how you zigzag left to right down to the bottom of the frame. The paper choice is beautiful. The tonal range is incredible. I can't fault it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Can I?
Oh, yep,
Just one
just
comment.
quick.
I really appreciate the contact sheet presentation. It really, as a whole, it worked beautifully.
Okay, great, thank you for that. Rightio, next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 81, which is a silver award. Happy with that? Okay.
I'll give it a whirl.
Okay, all right, Tim's going to challenge this.
The colours in this are amazing, and the presentation, I love the way it's been mounted. I get almost a Warholian aspect to it, and I really love the feminine aspect of I see a naked lady. Yeah, I just find it really beautifully handled. The colours are amazing. Yeah, I'd love to hear what other people are thinking.
Christopher, you're down the other end.
I thought this was really a one-trick pony. The story was so obviously just repeated in different colours. And the colours don't seem to be the natural moods of femininity in the cycle. I just didn't get it.
Okay, do we have anything else to add? No, it doesn't. Yeah, okay, did you? No? Okay, that was short. Paul wants to jump in.
Yeah, just to support Tim, I was very close to going distinction, and I do feel like it's a wonderful conversation about birth and life and femininity. There's a certain grace, and I really enjoy the visual space we're given by engaging with that concept and that symbolism through a wonderfully diverse colour palette. So I think it's quite successful in that regard. I'm on 84, and I'm thinking of coming up.
Okay, Tim.
Yeah, good conversation. I didn't hear any negatives. I think, again, just to run it back, it gives a Warhol. That's why the colours are the way they are. It kind of gives almost a retro vibe, but it's still modern and fresh, especially with that punchy mango colour in the middle. Yeah, I would love to have it come up a bit.
Okay, judges, please rescore. All right, you solidified the silver. 82. Right, so we're going to do just a blank screen for a moment. We're going to do a bit of a judge change around. So, first of all, sorry, just something popped up. We'll just, Tim and Kay, you guys just jumped in for a brief period of time. And if we can have Jackie and Janine back, because we want everybody to have a bit of a fair go at the judging side of things. Okay. We all good? Okay. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. Alright, and maybe a comment from... Yep, Christopher.
At the end of a 1960s motion picture that was a Western genre, they go to an anamorphic lens and stretch the characters. And it, as a child who didn't understand what was happening, it just gave this unreal nature to it, as horses and riders would just become stretched human beings. This child is that age where they're progressing from the little child to the teenager. The body develops in a crazy way and the body stretches. I just think this is a perfect rendition of that transition.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award, and we're all happy with that. Looks like everybody's. So, can we have a comment from, yep, Paul?
Yeah, I appreciate the beautiful soft palette here, and also the choice of paper really supports that beautifully. I feel like there's a lot of information and there's a lot of room to breathe in the tonal range in the file that maybe could have been explored to give it a little bit of more dimensionality and form.
Okay, thank you for that. Next print, please. We have a score of 84, which is a silver award. Okay. Comment from somebody? Yeah, Ginny?
Look, this is a wonderful sequence of feline trying to outdo canine. And it comes together beautifully. I think to improve this sequence, I was really looking for a hook or a strong finish, something happening. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 83, which is a silver award. And a comment from somebody? Yeah, Jackie.
Yeah, I scored an 83, and I just like started to make me feel of a puzzle coming together, those shapes, and it, when an image starts to remind me of other things, I think it engages the mind and takes us somewhere. As far as improvement goes, no. it's great. Maybe a little bit more of a little bit more sumptuous colours like chocolate.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. All right. No, we'll just do one more. And next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80. That's a silver award, and Jackie's immediately in there. Yep.
So I've challenged this to a silver distinction at 87. Just using the landscape in a way that creates the feminine on the left and then the warrior on the right, the soft to the hard. Choosing to put them together, I think, are all good choices. What's happening on the outside of the left-hand side is beautifully contrasted with the milkiness of another some sort of sublime landscape. I thought it was very craftily put together and a strong statement, and that's where it went to 87.
Okay, down the other end of things, Christopher?
When you put two images together, you assume there's some sort of conversation between the two images or contrast. The one on the right is infinitely more successful. It almost looks like a bone dissection, and yet it's two landscapes flipped and twisted. The one on the left, it's not as successful. From back here it looks something, but when you come up closer it seems to fall apart.
Paul?
Chris, I saw this about a conversation about the internal and the external, and I saw the left as almost like an X-ray, like internal kind of diagram of what's happening internally. And so there's a very visceral kind of conversation about body parts and so on. I wasn't quite sure if the two sat together quite successfully, and I'm going to listen to Jackie a little bit more about how they hold together as a pair.
Looks like it's back to you, Jackie.
All right, okay. So yes, the one on the right, you can see there's male parts down the bottom there that are quite strong and obvious. The one on the left is the soft feminine. She's very recessive, delicate, quiet. You know, she's definitely a she and he's a he. The conversation gets stronger as I keep looking at these two. You're not meant to see a lot of detail in there. I don't think, Christopher. It's more of a feeling that the breasts and the core. There's core in there. The core of people, and yeah, I'm certainly celebrating it still at 87.
Okay, judges, if you can please rescore. Good conversation. 83, silver award. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is currently a bronze. It's automatically going to go to a review, but do we have everybody happy with that? Want to go to review? Yeah. Well, no, we've got a review situation going on, so we just need a an 80 or a 79. Thank you, judges. Okay, and at 79, bronze award. If you got, jump in for a comment. Yep.
In a family category, we'd always look for a personality because there's always somebody who's more expressive than the group, the outlier. And there is no outlier. They're almost like a stamped clone of each other. Now, that can have advantages, but what would improve it if there was a personality in this group?
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And just blank screen for a moment. Just going to do a small change. Emma, you can take a break. And Catherine Kadanak. You can come in, please. Okay, and next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And comment from the floor, maybe, yep, Christopher.
With didactism, you really need to reinforce it with something. And it would be so easy to get your message across with even the faint imprint of the anger you feel. The words are just not enough.
Okay, all right, great, thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 82, which is a silver award. Jackie? Yes?
So I've scored an 87 into silver distinction. I think a lot of great choices have been made. Technique with the suits the print quality and the colours, the subject matter that makes it emotive. There's a tension that's happening between the two figures just almost touching. I think a lot of the gestures that are there are appropriate, and I couldn't see anything wrong with this, and a lot of good choices at 87.
Catherine, you're down the other end of things.
I gave this 78, strong bronze. I think it has a very gentle, peaceful mood, but I guess I was looking for more story or something else to take it up there. I find I'm also a little distracted by the vertical striations in the water. I'm not sure where they're coming from. The colour's intense, it's lovely, but I guess I'd get in there and I'm not really feeling much apart from just a sort of peaceful image. I do think the printing's beautiful. Yeah, I think I need to hear a little more to come up to silver though.
Paul?
Yeah, I was really drawn to the warmth and the elemental sort of qualities and that conversation between the way we dance with the elements and engage with them in a very purposeful way as a community sometimes. I feel like I would have got a little bit higher. I was already on 84 if there was a little bit more separation and dance with colour. It's very monochromatic, but I think there's room to introduce other emotions and feelings and nuances through kind of pushing that around a little bit more.
Okay. Back to you, Jackie.
Yep. Look, I take that all on board. We all see different things and feel different things. Those vertical lines in the foreground, I think, have come from the reflected light because these figures are in water. Yeah, I think it was well deserved at 87, and you score it how you will.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we have an 84 silver award. Okay, and can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 81, silver award. Okay, and if we can have a Ginny, quick comment.
Congratulations to the photographer. They've really managed to sort of juxtapose the delicacy of the leaves and the veins in the leaves against this really strong graphic background, and they are to be congratulated for that.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 82 as a silver award, but Christopher would like to jump in there.
Stealing a comment that was mentioned earlier, what we've got here is the time clock face, and through the day how competitive these dogs are over a ball, and at times they try to ignore that they're both interested in that object so they can get a head start on getting it. I just love the play in this. Humour is so important in illustrative photography because it tells the story.
Okay, and down the other end, Jackie.
Yeah, not too far away at 77. For me, there was just a little bit too much repetition of the dogs jumping in the air and not enough variety of, if it's about a time scale, then what are they doing at different times of the day? They're doing the same thing. Maybe that's it. The one obvious one is the one down the bottom at 6 o'clock, because that's the only time they get fed. They get fed a ball that's dribbling with saliva. But I guess the tones of the white tones were dominating quite a lot. Maybe that's deliberate. It's in the shape of a ball. You know, I'm trying to bring it all together, and but I'll just have a listen to a little bit more of a reply from that about why the dogs are so. Yeah. Anyway, it was a bit too much repetition.
Okay, do we have somebody from the middle? Anybody else got comments? No? Jeez, Chris, that's back to you.
This is their son. Like Ancient Man, they're absolutely polarised by this one object they can't control. There seems to be an alpha dog. If you look at a three-quarters image, that dog's more successful. There is only one image where the other dog's rewarded by having first bite. But the saliva makes it too. I mean, it's so tangible. If you could see the print at a later stage on a board somewhere, you will see that saliva just makes the photo icky.
Okay, judges, if you could please rescore. Oh, Christopher, you just have to just re-enter. Yep. Okay, moved a couple of points. 84, silver award. Okay. And next print, please.
Okay, we have a bronze award. A score of 75. Would Christopher like to have a chat about that?
Obviously referencing Weston and his legumes, his illustration of vegetables. The only thing is the two objects are really clashing with each other, and where they clash there seems to be a contrast issue.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 75. That's a bronze award. Paul, would you like to have a chat?
Yeah, I feel like it's a lovely kind of conversation about the childlike wonder of exploring the world at night through telescopes and the mystery of it that's sort of gently moved into the adult world. I wasn't quite convinced by the context of it. Was it actually a home? And if it was, why would it be on the floor? And if it was out in the bush, or up in a mountain, I would feel it more contextually sort of, he's kind of facing straight into a brick wall as opposed to engaging with that outer world. And it feels a little bit fabricated having the bear just sitting on him like that, because he wouldn't necessarily sleep like that, it'd probably fall off. So there was a little bit unresolved sort of in the communication, but a quite enjoyable palette and well resolved print.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And Christopher, you're going to challenge that?
What I saw here was that sort of Edwardian children's picture book where figures would basically have the heads of birds and other objects. It's almost like it's a lady, but the face is replaced by the exuberance of a flower, because I see a collar and the sort of beauty in the black supporting it all.
Okay, Paul, you can. You had the other end of the scale.
Yeah, I felt like the coldness didn't really support the softness and the beauty that was present to us, and it was, you know, a warmer sepia tonality or some colour in there would have just lifted it up emotionally and made it more engaging. But I actually did see that necklace, and I've actually fell into that reference, Chris. I'm listening.
Okay, and Catherine, you're in the middle.
I gave this a strong bronze at 78. I think it's a beautiful play on colour and shape and texture with the frosty edges there. You've got the triangle at the base and then all the softness. I didn't see a woman in it. I feel like it's a little tight, particularly on the left-hand side and the top for some reason. I just like a little bit more space to it, negative space around it to bring out those shapes even more.
Okay, judges, would you like to rescore? Oh, sorry, Christopher, you got to reply. Yep.
I scored at 83. I wasn't going into any of the higher echelons. What I was seeing was a cameo picture of a woman who's extremely proud looking off to the left. It really references that Edwardian period where subjects didn't face the camera, they looked to left or right to give them a sense of grace and air. It's a beautiful selenium treatment too. If we were to print this in the traditional style, the blacks would go super black, and then towards the white there'd be the greys to give you the feeling of depth. That's why I gave it 83. I would love somebody to join me and bring it up into silver.
Okay, judges, rescore, please.
Just hit submit again.
Okay, that's given us a 79, which brings us into a review. So judges, could you please either 79 or 80, please? Sorry, I've just pushed the button and it's thinking about it. Right, off you go. And that stays at 79 bronze. Thank you. Right, that was our last print entry, so we will be moving into the first digital entry, and we'll take that opportunity to say thank you to Paul, and Tim, would you like to step in?
Was that me?
Yeah.
I mentioned you've got a lot of power.
Get the cookie with me.
That is, I to give you a little screen. Because that's actually, I know it's not faithful, but it's more showing up photos. When we look up there, we don't see the photos.
Yep.
It was on a panel. Oh, no, it should be linked. So I was on a panel yesterday. And Mr. Langford got me. It's a plus move. It's like an auction house, you're preparing this subject. Blowing off the dust. What's that? I want to print it like this. They don't age. There you go. Andrew and me studied this 2 nights ago, and 3 nights ago we studied. She wrote her best of faith Talbot. So
Okay, we have we're ready to go. Thank you. Right, we will have our first digital slide. Okay, we have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Does somebody want to give a comment for the entrant? Catherine?
What a magnificent flower, really beautifully lit. It's just got so much luminosity to it. I really think that's the hero of the shot, and the bottle isn't adding anything. Also, just compositionally, really, really tight to the frame. It just needs more space, but just the flower on its own really would have raised this for me.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Would Christopher like to give some comments to the entrant?
my fear is that the progression is jarring. It's not equal steps between each print, and it almost needs intermediate stages to moderate those big gaps.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a initial score of 79. Does any, Jackie?
Yeah, so it's on the. So we're going to go to a rejudge. I scored at 82, and I was flipping in beside. Either way, you know, we can all see the figure that's revealed itself, the horse or the angelic sort of landscapes. But on its own, just look at the half on its own, and I really enjoy the aerial abstract of river channels and things that look like hair. There was a lot of energy to it, and so I popped it into what I thought was a good, lovely, well-reserved silver.
Okay, Tim.
Yeah, I was on 78 bronze, and when I sat back down, I did see that animal figure, and I really enjoyed that. I think what has kept it out of silver for me is just some of the highlights behind the black. You're losing a bit of detail, and I know that the white on the sides are kind of framing this figure in the middle, but I would like to see a bit more gradient between that and the outer edges.
Okay, thank you. Right.
Is that all?
In the middle,
Okay.
who have we
Or
got?
is anything else? Yeah.
Janine.
Look, I'm in support of you here, Jackie, on this one. I actually saw some sort of, mythical rabbit-like creature, and I'm from Central Otago, so you know. And I was really enjoying the sort of hair on the outside. Oh, no pun intended there. So yeah, I'll be looking at bringing my score up a little. I was on 79.
Okay, judges, if you could rescore. Oh, sorry, Jackie, you got right reply.
No, I think it's all been said. It's up to you now.
Okay, rescore, please. And we have a 81, which is a silver. Okay, right, next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And Christopher, do you want... Oh, sorry, Tim, you've got your hand up. Oh, Chris. All three of you. Yep, Catherine.
Beautiful light and textures and a lovely little story of the interaction between these two animals. I feel it could have been strengthened with a crop. Just to come in tight to them, you'd still keep those beautiful diagonal lines and the textures, but I'm really going up, especially top right. My eye just keeps coming up to that really bright part on the edge of the frame.
And Christopher, just quickly.
In an area where we can have composites, I'm a little nervous there's no real drop shadow on either animal, which is scaring me a bit, considering the shadows that the sand dune they're standing on's making.
Okay, thank you, judges. Next slide. We have a score of 70, which is professional standard. Does Catherine want to have a chat to the entrant, please?
Yeah, I like the soft treatment and the mood of the hair there, but I think that, unfortunately, with that bright light, I just go straight to it, and this is kind of feels like a photograph of that elbow, and yeah, just a bit more control in the light would have enhanced the mood and the feel.
Thank you. Next slide, please. We have a initial score of 77. And Christopher, yeah.
I could only see one fault with this photo, and that was that the two elements should just separate by being above the horizon line so they don't merge. That was the only fault I could see, because the storytelling's amazing. The vandalism of the object that is the reflective mirror is actually portraying urban discourse. Basically, that's sort of the roads cut through, but the vision behind is an untouched landscape that hasn't been scarred by roads and the devastation of humans bashing their way through the scenery. I mean, it's a road, it's not something that's picturesque to look at, it's a road, it's an impulse on the environment. And the only thing I would have done was have it as a periscope above the horizon. My score was 88. I really think it's just missing gold, but I really think it's better than what it seems to be averaging out as. Thanks.
Okay, Jackie, you've got...
So, yeah, I'm listening to that conversation. I scored at 73, and it kept the score kept coming down on for me because of the unsharp nature of what's in the background, but it being such a big part of the image. And the trees on the left are quite strong, and there's a contrasty area, but it's out of focus, and the colour palette is quite dead and abysmal. And yes, the circle on the horizon line was a problem to me, but what I do really appreciate what's happening in the middle, because it's the state of our roads after all this weather, and you have potholes and subsidence and all that kind of thing. I would wish that would have been the shot for me, just the circle.
Okay, Janine?
Look, thank you, judges, for all that. I just saw a slightly different story, because you will get a mirror like this on a dangerous driveway or intersection where you're pulling out onto the road. And the fact that it's been broken, I guess I was looking for a bit more of a story of that danger. Sorry, my score was 76.
Okay, Chris. Oh, Tim, quickly.
Yeah, I was on 74. I think there's a lot of potential here, and I agree with what Jackie said. I think if we had probably even a super tight crop just around that circle and alluding to the landscape behind with the greens and the blues of the sky, I think it would have been a lot stronger. Also, there's just, from my perspective, a little bit of haloing above the mountains on the right side. So, yeah.
Christopher.
I'm very grateful to my learned judge, because he's actually brought up the element that was going to be my little reply. The idea that the landscape spreads and is panoramic and free, and what's contained is the human ugliness of vandalism and roads that scar the landscape. I just think the idea that another aspect is we put these things for safety and people choose to destroy them. Luckily, they haven't gone beyond that mirror and started destroying the landscape behind it.
Cool. Thank you, judges. Rescore, please. And we have a slight movement to 78 bronze. Thank you. Next slide, please. We have a score of 72, professional standard. Somebody like to give the Tim? Oh, Jackie.
I just, I scored at 72, and I think for an image like this to come further forward, a little bit more subtle in the eyes. You know, we would have got there. And so trust in people to understand your message, but be a little bit more softer with it.
And Catherine?
Just quickly, just attention to detail with such a simple image that whatever's happening on the top right there, there's a sliver of something. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 72. And Tim, you're going to challenge that? You can.
Yeah, I give this 78 bronze. I think on a technical level it's really well handled. There's nothing that's necessarily overblown. I think what brought it into bronze for me was the storyline, and the shape in the middle becomes the triquetra, which I'm pretty sure in paganism is also a representation of the mother, maiden and crone. So there's this sort of triple aspect of womanhood. Yeah, I think it's deserving of a bronze. It's a cool concept and there's thought there.
Okay, Catherine, you had the lowest.
So I gave this a 71, and I guess I was let down by the technicals. I just didn't feel that the blending in the hair had been successful. It's quite fuzzy under her chin, and I also felt the image could have been strengthened with a bit more expression from the subject. I like the shape created by the three heads, but I just didn't feel it quite got there.
Actually, and Jackie, you were the... Oh, okay. Okay, Christopher?
It's so important, especially if you're probably photographing a relative, is because you've got to get into their head before you start. Before you even put them in front of the camera, you've got to talk to them about what you're aiming for. So their eyes, not the body shape, but their eyes become expressive. If there was just the subtlety of an expression in some of those exposures, you'd actually have a progression. But it's really a stamp in each one.
Okay, judges... Tim, sorry, yep.
Yeah, I can totally hear the judges on that. I guess score as you will.
Rescore, thanks. And we have a 73. That's a professional standard. Thank you. Right, we're going to have a quick judge change. Thank you to Jackie and Janine. And can we have Catherine Williams and Kay, please? Okay, next slide, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 81. Catherine Williams.
Fruit verse, wasn't it? Sorry. I'll just get that out of the way. I gave this 86. Creativity. This is packed with creativity. Just even getting into this photographer's imagination and what possessed them to create this crazy story of a love story with socks. And then very cleverly put together compositionally, quite a lot of different elements that play together, the different rectangular shapes throughout that pull us together, the sadness of the sock on the right, the little story with call Lefty, the little pull-offs with call Lefty on the tree, lots of different thoughtful elements. And then, you know, this is a story of everyone's in pairs, you know, the pairs on the tree, and even then the pair of trees that arch over, and then the rich, playful nature of the palette just ties it all in together beautifully.
Okay, Christopher, you have the lower end.
I've misjudged this, so I'll admit that. Because it's so playful and overlit, it should be playful and overlit. It's, I'm going to go up in my score. The only thing that always gets me when I see this sort of thing, and it still affects me, is if you ever were in the UK at a certain period, people who were lost or kidnapped or disappeared would appear on milk cartons, and it would destroy you. And now I even look at cats and dogs that have been stuck up in shop windows or around telegraph poles, and it still destroys me. But this is a comical version of that, so I shouldn't take it so seriously.
Okay, Tim, you're in the middle there.
Yeah, I give this 81 silver. As Catherine said, it's incredibly creative and amazing, and you can't help but have a wee chuckle when you went up there. I love the wee surprise of the sock animals in the trees. That was a really nice touch. I think the storyline here is the solo spin. It's the dryer that's eating the partner, and I really liked that because it's right there, but it's subtle, and it's kind of always that, you know, oh, where's the other sock? Where's it gone? Oh, the dryer's eaten it. Or, you know, I think it's so playful and fun. I think what's kept me just in silver is more just kind of blending in, especially with the coffee cups. I felt like they weren't really grounded in the image. But yeah, super creative and great image.
Okay, Catherine.
Thank you, Tim. I absolutely think your take on the dryer is fabulous. And then the fact that we have these two lonely socks searching for each other with some lovely hot coffee that is just waiting for each sock. I mean, this has just got so much comic value and really cleverly put together.
Rescores, please, judges. And we've come up to an 84 silver. All right, next slide, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 70, and that's a professional standard. Who would like to give the entrant a comment? Okay.
Yeah, I think the photographer sort of basically needs to look at what are they wanting the viewer to focus on. because the image is about the little boy who's there, and he's got a lovely expression on his face, so that photographer's captured that nicely. But what we're actually seeing is all that dominant grass on the right-hand side, and there's too much detail with all the ferns and everything. So I think the little boy gets lost in the frame.
Cool, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 76. And we're going to have a challenge from Christopher.
Historically, photographers have rearranged things to complement the scene or to get the storytelling going. We weren't that faithful even 100 years ago about moving objects. I just think the storytelling here is really beautiful because we're used to the newborn category where basically things that contain the photo are actually pleasant to look at. Here we're looking at the stages of life of what the egg will become and go through, and the animals that will be its greatest rivals for survival. I just thought this was a marvellous take on the newborn category, with as much effort too in putting the elements together. I scored at 82, by the way. I wasn't going into stratosphere.
Okay, Tim, you're down the lower end.
Yeah, I give this a 72 professional standard. I can appreciate the narrative between life and death. I think it just came down to the handling of the image. There's a really sharp edge to the egg, and it's almost like they've pushed the sharpening a bit too far. And then also I'm kind of drawn to the bottom right corner. There's bones kind of circling the whole nest, but that whole bottom right corner is just dark and empty. So I think there's a concept there, but I think it's possibly a little bit overworked.
Okay, Kay, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I'm a little bit the same with Tim. I saw a lovely story of hope in this image, in terms of that no matter what destruction and decay lies around, there's always that hope through birth and life, which is represented by the egg. But yeah, there's an emptiness down the bottom. It doesn't necessarily need to be filled with bones or anything, but it's just a hollow that you're getting sucked into, which is not necessarily pleasant. I scored at 77, and I'm quite comfortable with it in a bronze.
Okay, Christopher?
Obviously, if it was a true magpie nest and the magpie acquires objects that beautify the nest, it would have all different textures. So we'll assume the objects are placed by the photographer. So therefore, why is the gap in that lower quadrant? I think that's the escape. All the other things are the potentials for death, early death, around it and reminders of that. But there has that escape corridor out to the bottom right. So that's why I think the photographer's intentionally left a corner out.
Okay, rescore please, judges. And we've moved slightly to 77 bronze. Thank you. We're going to have a quick change. Christopher, do you want to take a break? There's stuff out the back for you guys. And Chris, do you want to come and have a quick stint?
Beats being Phil.
Right, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award at the moment. Catherine, did you want to challenge that?
Yeah, I sort of feel like I should. I gave this an 83 silver. I think it's quite a striking graphic image with the colour palette and everything. I don't fully understand it, but I sort of felt that was on me. And the more I spent time with it, I would probably get there. I was kind of hoping somebody would enlighten me as to the story here. One of those balls just down the base towards the left has a leaf in it, so I feel like I'm being told something here, and I know that I'm the one challenging it to silver, and I'm not telling you what the story is, and I'm sorry about that, but I would just like to talk a little bit more about this. Yeah.
Okay, Catherine Williams, you were at the other end.
Yeah, I gave the 73. I'll probably just go straight to the things that hold me back. There is some duplication on the what look like Christmas baubles. There's some duplication, so the same one has been used in a couple of different areas. And then with the highlights on the baubles, there is different size highlights which take away that feeling of depth. I feel, you know, as they come closer, there should be the one in the front should be the biggest highlight, and then but you've got a bigger one that's a smaller, meant to be further away, and then there's another one which is a very tiny, more pinpointed highlight. So it's sort of taking away that believability in an unbelievable sort of scenario, but also probably there's no feeling of, I feel like, is there meant to be a feeling of movement, or are they meant to be levitating? And I'm not sure which one it is, and that's where I'm struggling with it.
Okay, and Kay, you wanted to talk?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull a narrative out of it that would help me bring it up a little bit, because I think there are a lot of technical things that could be improved, as Catherine's alluded to. For me, as soon as I saw that green leaf, I immediately thought of the movie WALL-E, where you've got all of this destruction. You've got the man-made structures, which are representing the concrete nature of our lives and everything like that. But then you've got this one little bit of hope, green leaf, that whether it's those balls represent people, I'm not sure, that come from that building, whatever it might be. But there's always, I guess, a person who is championing the environment, the planet, that sort of thing. So that's the story I've sort of picked up from it.
Okay, and Catherine? Oh, Tim? Cool.
Yeah, I was with Catherine at 73 professional standard. There is potential here. The orbs reminded me of Jeff Koons. He has those blue gazing orbs, and I'm pretty sure it's bunches of roses within the orbs, and that's what the leaf is. What really held it back for me is I feel like I'm fighting perspective from multiple angles. So if the balls are coming down towards us, the building feels like it's leaning back, but then the road is going up. So there's just a fight there. I can appreciate that leaf, but I feel like if the leaf was the point, it should be the final ball on the right side. But yeah, a really cool concept. Yeah, keep working on it.
Hey, Catherine, back to you.
I don't really have too much to add. I hadn't noticed the duplication, and I kind of feel Kay did a better job of talking about the narrative than I did. And Tim, thank you for pointing out the rose idea. Yeah, I don't really have much to add, but I find it an intriguing image and visually very cohesive. The real pop of the balls there, and I would like to see it rewarded with a little more than we've given it.
Okay, judges rescore, please.
What's it currently sitting on?
Currently sitting at 77 bronze. And we've moved up slightly to 78 bronze. Right, next slide, please. Okay, we have a 77 bronze. Kay, would you like to give something to the...
I'll challenge.
You'd like to challenge?
Yeah.
Yep.
I've just squeaked into silver because I'm really enjoying the star-like nature of the little flowers on the stamen against the black of the centre of the petals, and it's almost to me like it's going into this great big black hole in the sky. It's almost a nighttime thing where all these angles are taking us into this black hole, and these stars are just bringing a little bit of brightness there. So I'm looking at it more of an astro type image as opposed to a flora.
Okay, Tim, you're at the other end of the scale.
Yeah, I gave this 71 professional standard. I really think a square crop would have strengthened this image and just brought you closer to that focal point in the middle. Also, I just found some of those stars being out of focus. They are kind of the star of the show. And I really wanted them to be quite crisp. And just, I guess, the highlights on them pushing it a little bit, and just the black around the main, I guess, centre of the flower just feels a bit too dark.
Okay, and Chris, you're in the middle.
So everything everyone said is right. Except I love the crop the way that it is. Actually, I think that gives it more flow. The movement is wonderful. The difference between the crisp center and the wispy edges, I really like. I'm on 78. What kept me out of silver is just that black section around the centerpiece. It's a good vignette to keep your eye there, but it felt blocky and a little. It could have been handled maybe a little bit cleaner, where the transition of the black goes to those wispy leaves, and that could be the screen, or that's what held it back for me. So I'm wavering.
Okay, and Kay?
Yeah, I'm enjoying the crop too. I don't mind having that because it gives us actually space to actually travel through into the centre. I agree there are some blocky, the blacks are blocky in the centre, and that's why I've just squeaked it into silver at 81. And I think you can read into this, a couple of levels. It's not just an image of a flower. It's a journey. It's a yeah. So I'm looking for a silver.
Okay. Rescore, please, judges. And we have a 78 bronze. Next slide, please. And we have a score of 77 bronze. Right, we're just going to have a quick judge change. Comment, sorry, yep.
I don't mind.
Yep, Kay.
I think this is an instance where potentially less is more. I really feel that the central image doesn't add anything to the presentation, and I would have much rather have seen the two as a diptych. The left and right image as a diptych, just as a study of the frost and everything. It's beautifully beautifully presented.
Thank you. We're going to have a quick judge change. Kay and Chris, if you could step off, and can we have Emma And Christopher, just back quickly. And next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 74, professional standard. Does Christopher, do you want to talk to that?
The movement of your object is heading towards the left. It needs a little bit more space there. And the other thing is I would attempt a degree of focus stacking because the objects that are coming forward are just too far forward. They're actually a distraction.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 80. Christopher? You can challenge.
I've scored this 86 and was waiting for someone to score it up higher so I could jump on board. I can't believe I'm actually justifying this for my 86. The colour palette's worth 86. The elements are worth 86. The judgments that are being made in the didactism, I'll say that word again, between brickwork and nature, the solitary tree, maybe it's just too much beauty encapsulated in that central brick. I mean, it's magical to look at. I'd like to really understand why this isn't at least a silver.
Catherine Kadanak, you had the lower end of the scale.
Yeah, I gave this 76, and I think I have been too mean. I do love the way there's not only that contrast between the bricks and then the softness of the nature, but also the frame created within the frame. I guess I felt that the light was beautiful around the tree and just beneath the tree, and over to the left it got a bit more dull with the darker tree there. That was kind of what held me back. But I think that that's not sufficient to justify my lower score, and I will be coming up.
Emma, you were in the middle.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this. The textures and the framing and the tones. I scored an 80, and I'm going to come up and loving the rows of the, not quite sure what they are, but the bushes. It leads you in, and where the two hills come into the tree, I think it's very clever. Well done.
Okay, and Christopher. Catherine?
Sorry, I was on 78, and I just probably want something that maybe you can address this, Chris, but just the reason for the brick and the landscape together. is probably something that I'm feeling a little bit jarring.
I see it as, now we'll make it easier for everyone, I see this as problem solving. The initial photo was probably glorious, but they had a super hot sky. Now you could have dropped in a sky, but what happens is the brick gives you a vignette which explains the whole thing. The hope in the photo is in the top third of that central brick. That's where the tree's standing proud by itself, and everything rolls up to it. If you go around the edges, it's the brick colour. It's almost like the landscape scorched. It's only when you're inside the brick that it has vibrance and colour. So I think this, look, I was hoping someone would score this gold, but I certainly think it's silver distinction.
Hey, rescore please, judges. And we have an 84. That's a silver award. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 70, which is a professional standard. Emma is the one that can challenge this, if she wants.
He's just going to make a comment.
Oh, comment? Okay. Tim?
Yeah, really cool play on the triplets narrative. I think just the lighting's a bit flat, and just keep an eye out on the catch light in the eyes, but keep developing the concept. It's a really cool professional image.
Yeah, lovely. Oh, Chris, quickly, yeah.
The reason that doesn't work is if as a child you had that book where you could flip different pages, so the nurse became a fireman, became the three images, the children's expression don't change. If there was just one child there that was being the individualist.
Lovely, thank you. And we're going to have another quick judge change. Chris, thank you. Christopher, thank you very much. Paul, would you like to step in? And judges, there is lunch out the back, if you would like. From 12. From 12, so not too far away. Right, next image, please. Start managing that now too. Okay, we have an initial score of 77 bronze. Catherine.
I gave this 83. and there was a couple of things that were bothering me a little bit, and probably spent quite a bit of time with them. But just the playful nature and the story and the different expressions that have been achieved, where you get a sense of personality of each of these characters, and it really does take you into a human-like quality in the animals, of them each being a persona in the bar. You know, you've got like the Joker and the Watcher, and then there's like, you know, the one flying in is a rooster or a hen, I'm not sure, but I just thought that was the cock coming in on the side to make a mess of the situation. There was a couple of little technical things that did hold me back, so I'll probably just go straight for those, which was the dog's leg appearing short and the cat on the right. But I still feel the strength of the story, the quality of the scene, the lighting through the back, which creates everything standing out against it, and just the comic nature of the story was enough to bring it into silver.
Okay, Emma, you were on the other end of the scale.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the characters and as you say, Catherine, all the personalities. They've captured them well. Probably what I was struggling with is the background is sort of old worldy and sort of sepia, and then you've got possibly quite a modern table and modern lights above, and there's a bit of the texture from the background that actually goes onto the pool cue and the some parts of the back of the table. But oh sorry, my score was 74.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah, the caricature is quite wonderful. I actually appreciate how much it delves into the characterisation of the animals' characteristics anyway. There are cats like that that just get overtly focused on singular objects, and you know, roosters are a bit of a wild card at the best of times and in a lot of situations I've been in. And I like the fact that even the bald choice of the rooster is playing for the other team. So the other guy's like, "What are you doing, buddy?" I feel like it's a little bit unresolved from a composite point of view in terms of the how successfully and believable it is. Also, I feel like I want to bring the depth and characterization further forward, and I'm being pulled into the background, which because it's overly lit, and giving that a little bit more of a richer, darker feel, where you can still see the detail if you want to go there, but pulling us forward into that conversation would be a little bit more successful.
Okay, Catherine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for silver in terms of that resolve around the quality of this. We're certainly looking at a high level. The strength of the characterization is enough to really draw us in, to keep us captivated, and to tell a really good story. There's a lot of complexity in terms of the number of characters and things that are in play in here, and each of those has a strong presence within the scene, all with an effective, bright, vibrant colour palette.
Okay, rescore please, judges. And we have a review, 79. So judges, I'll just push the button and you can score either 79 or 80. And we have a 79 bronze. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a 77 bronze award. Do you want,
Yeah.
Catherine?
I gave this 80, and maybe it is a bit of a conversation to have, because I don't understand this. I don't understand what I'm looking at, and that's why I haven't gone any further with it. But, you know, from a technical perspective, from a styling perspective, I mean, that here and what is going on there, and then the expressions, and then the really sort of nuanced colour palette, so subtle in the difference between the figure on the left and on the right, where we've got the warmer hue coming through, and the more dusky, greeny, grey of the woman on the left. And just, you know, lighting everything, it's telling us where our eye to go. I don't understand what I'm looking at in terms of a narrative, but it's certainly digging into my imagination.
Okay, Tim.
I gave this 74 professional standard, and I really wanted to go into the award range, but it just feels unresolved. I am absolutely in love with the styling. I think that's incredible. I think the bones are here. I guess it's just for such a expressive pose, there's nothing in the background. It's kind of just left us what I want more. And then just the other note is, if the moon is the source of the light, I think the light on the faces need to match that warmth. It's a bit more warmer in tone. And I just found the facial expressions like just a bit disconnected. I'm not getting a full narrative from it, but the bones are there, and I think it's a really incredible concept and styling.
Okay, Catherine, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I gave this 77. I agree, Tim, about the source of the light. You know, it doesn't make sense with the light on the faces if that is the source, which sort of suggests that it should be, because, you know, they're both being lit from the centre, but it's the angle is a bit funny. Also, I feel like this is the same person, and that kind of confuses me a little. They don't seem to really be interacting with each other. I don't know if they're fighting over the moon. You know, they could be sort of godlike figures. The one on the top sort of looks like an opera singer. So I'm just left a little confused. I agree about the styling, so I've given this a strong bronze, but I just need a little bit more to get them up into silver.
Okay. Catherine?
I do agree with the aspects that you've brought up. Where, yeah, I have rewarded it on, you know, imagination, the styling, the lighting, the control of the subjects. The figure on the left is screaming to the point where we can see the lines popping up in her neck, and it makes me feel that she's been given direction, and she's, you know, she's embodying what she's been directed to. Yes, I'm rewarding it on that.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. And we've stayed on a 77 bronze. Thank you. Okay, we're going to have a quick judge change. Catherine Kadanak and Catherine Williams, thank you. And can we have Janine and Jackie back, please? Right, and next slide, please. Okay, we have a 75 bronze. Jackie, would you like to give the entrance some comments?
Yeah, how do I take this any further? Or maybe a bit more about the matrix. Tell us how you feel about these all these credit cards and where we're going. It's a good enough statement. 75 is pretty well rewarded, and well done.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a 67, which is a professional standard. Paul?
It's worth being very present to where the eye is drawn to in an image, and it's generally the bright areas or areas with greater contrast and colour. And there's opportunity here to maybe engage with the young boy a bit more through styling and a different colour choice, approaching it from a different time of day, and being a bit more subtle and nuanced, and maybe not sort of overly reliant on a technique, which in this case, which is a little bit unresolved.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Okay, Tim, did you want to give the entrance some feedback?
Yeah, really cool graphic image here. I really enjoy how you can flow around the image and it comes back around. The contrast between the dark and the light, the colour tones, really well handled and really well captured.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. Tim, would you like to comment?
Yeah, really beautiful, simplistic portrait of these flowers. I think what let it down here was there's a bit of a fight between the black line on the left and then the highlights of the white on the right. But great control of colour tones, love the pastels and the arrangement. Yeah.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 76. Jackie?
I've scored at 82. It's the differences between the three panels and the varieties, the choices that the photographer's made with the little bit of yellow on one of the faces. Are they like sheep in a paddock, and they're the ones the ones with the yellow are the branded ones going to be pulled out. I have no idea about the story, but I find it engaging, and it made me stay there longer, looking and enjoying the differences. The girls in the middle with the whites, the spaces of the whites, giving me enough places for my eyes to rest, and then towards the right, the little black areas that just pull a bit more excitement over there. I thought there was enough differences, and it was engaged me. Yep, 82.
Okay. Janine?
Thanks, Jackie, for challenging. I went in and I observed the story, and I thought, gosh, this looks like a public health thing. 1 in 100 might get this thing. But then when I sat back down and looked from a distance, it was the sort of the three frames, the different graphics. You've sort of got, I suppose, a vertical and horizontal lineup, and it's actually quite engaging from a distance.
Okay. Emma, you were...
I scored at 76.
Emma, you were at the other end of the scale?
Yeah, I perhaps was struggling trying to find the story or the relevance of the difference, but I enjoyed the graphic nature, particularly further back, as you've said. Yeah, it'll definitely come up. I'm enjoying it the longer I look at it.
Okay. Tim?
Yeah, I gave this a 73 professional standard. For the graphic quality, I really do enjoy it. I do feel the frame on the left with the greys is a bit heavier than the other two. And then the centre frame, the whites down the bottom lift everything up, where all of them seem to have a consistent grounding to them. Also, just with the yellow circles over the face, I feel like it kind of crushes the highlights a little bit and makes it a bit grey, and yeah, just for repetition, but I'm happy to come into the bronze range.
Okay, Jackie?
Yeah, it's great that we've all had a bit more time to look at it and try and work it out, but as you move to the right, they become a bit more about individuality, and we start to see a few more arms and enough differences for me at 83, 82, yeah.
Okay, rescore please, judges. And we've moved it to a 78 bronze. Well done. Right, Tim, we're going to give you a break, and Christopher, could you pop back in, please? Not quite.
Not yet.
In transit. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 79. Christopher?
I took this to be very topical. This is an image of, look, when we're going to talk about neo-fascism, it's not appearing in an obvious way nowadays. It's appearing as tiny symbols that the members of the club understand. Tattoos on men's shoulders and things like that. There's badges on this gentleman that hint at a sense of evil. And the clan-like fires in the foreground, in the background, you know, the groupings of cars at night time. Why are they in a field? Why are they gathering? Why is there weaponry? The rose, I don't understand, but it's the sense of pain in the man's face. Maybe he's conflicted in being a member of this gang. If I was to improve it, I'd simply put a radial filter around the face and let everything in his body fade away as if his face was being lit by the moon, because it's lit by a beautifully lit studio light.
Okay, everybody else is around the same, so Janine?
Look, I really wasn't sure of the narrative here and didn't quite understand the fires in the background, but sort of the rose, I was just wondering whether it was a really tough guy with an inner core of softness. I really wasn't sure.
Okay. Anybody else keen to? No? Okay, Christopher, back to you.
Obviously, we're looking at a practitioner who understands their style. There's textures in the sky. There's a degree of complexity in the printing style. I think it's probably, as I say, a little overworked in the sense the rose is just too obvious. But I do love the idea that this is an idea. Many of the images that we confront are photos that have been around for 20 or 30 years in movies and music and things like that and advertising. This is today, the new fascism, and it has links back to the Klan, but this is a very good interpretation of a man conflicted.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. Christopher, you have to re-enter your... Okay, and that's brought up to an 80 silver. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 77 bronze. Paul, did you want to say something to the...
Yeah, what I enjoy about the crowd category is it's not necessarily a requirement to have a narrative sort of content. You know, it's very much about the enjoyment of playing with creativity for the sake of it. And there's a lovely kind of Asher-like quality to the background. There's an interesting positioning and staccato effect as you bounce around the different colorations, almost like a zigzags through the frame. And each element is really beautifully resolved. And there's a curious kind of discord between floating and resting pieces, which I find really quite fascinating as well.
Lovely, thank you. And Paul, we're going to get you to have a bit of a break. And Catherine, could you quickly just step in for a little bit, please? All right, next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 79. So we can really go into a review. So can we either do a 79 or 80, please? And we stay with a 79 bronze. Janine, do you want to speak to that one?
Congratulations to the photographer. I very much enjoyed this image, and it paid to stand back a little and observe it from a distance, the way it sort of drifts out to the right-hand side and fades away with that little exclamation mark of colour on the right, on the bottom there. So well done.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 79. Bronze award. Christopher, you can challenge that.
I scored this 88. I honestly thought it sat there beautifully. I thought I'd be struggling with people in gold. I see this as death coming in from the outside. We've been transfixed. We're stuck. A routine's coming through us. The evil's going through this woman as this dark veins come out of her, the dead tree. And she's aware that she's slowly dying and the pain. There's an eye just visible that shows you've got right into your subject's head. You've just said to the subject, this is the imagery I'm chasing down. Can you reinforce it with the expression I want? You've shown them YouTube clips, you've given them words and poetry just to get that expression. And the eyes in abject horror.
Hey, Jackie, you were at the other end.
73, and I guess I've got all that messaging through all the textures and those veins, like you've described really well. But I guess I keep going to the mouth and the teeth, the brightest part of the image, and there's not, for me I felt there was not enough subtlety in there, or it's taking me too far. But I'm listening to your allegory about that, and we'll take that on board.
Okay, and Janine, you were in the middle.
Look, I'm hearing everything that all the other judges have said. Just one thing that I felt that was just a bit of out of whack with the rest of the image was the covering over the eyes and head is, I'm not too sure what you call that fabric, but it just didn't go with the rest.
Okay, Catherine.
I was on 77 and I could potentially go up to silver. I can't go any further than that. Just there's a few things that I'm struggling with. This has initial impact in terms of it feels like stuff that nightmares are made of, and the choice of palette with the grey, the black, and the creaminess is extremely effective. The small sort of branch over her chin, obstructing her face. And then, because it feels like a nightmare, I want to see terror in her knuckles. And when I go in there, I feel like the body language is not matching the narrative effectively enough in order for that initial impact to carry all the way through.
Okay, Christopher.
I guess a lot of the imagery we're going to see is covered with the COVID restrictions over the top. I had 2 years in a very pleasant rural setting. I had no idea the anger some people, even the most respectful people, had for restrictions that went on and went on and went on. This woman's expressing her rage as the mask slips off her mouth and goes up over her eyes. She's slowly dying with the restrictions that government's enforced on it. It's a beautifully sent message and beautifully expressed, and the death from the edges. Don't forget that vignette of death.
Okay, rescore please, judges. And we've brought it up to an 80 silver. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 80. Silver award. Anybody like to feedback? Yep.
It's a real love of this blue. The photographer is celebrating that, and it's coming through. I can feel that. Perhaps to go to the next scoring level, there's a little light in there. Maybe it could have had a little bit of a glow to represent that warmth.
Right, next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 81. Silver award. Jackie?
So I scored an 86. I think it's worth a distinction. There's lots of perfections in here and good choices. Maybe you just need to be a little bit braver and have another look. What can we take away from this that makes it not a distinction? You tell me. Does it? It's enduring. There's beautiful lighting. That hue, so that blue is just perfect. There's a separation. There's framing, and there's a lot of great things.
Okay, Emma, you're at the other end.
I was on a 79, and I'm going to come up. There was a little bit of black to her left side, sort of whether it was clothing or something behind the wood panelling, which kept catching my eye. But the lighting and the posing and everything is just beautiful.
Catherine?
I gave it a solid silver at 83, and there is a lot of beauty, the palette, the handling, the lighting, the facial, the posing, the use of the shapes. The thing that has held me back at this point, and I'd love Jackie to talk about it, is the shape over her is quite dominant, and so this is dominating the sort of the demure nature of her pose, and probably overpowering it a little bit for me to go higher.
Okay, Jackie.
Oh yeah. So I think that shape is the intensity of that aura of this woman is somehow giving her that the power and balance for the bottom of where the corrugated textured fabric or has come in. I think that's the perfect balance. I can't, if that was demurred at all, yeah, maybe that would have even been stronger. Yeah, but it's still 87, 86 for me.
Okay, judges, rescore, please. And we have an 85, which is a silver distinction. Thank you. Next slide, please. Right, we have a score of 79. So, Janine, did you want to challenge that?
I'll have a go. Whoops. Now, I understand that we've seen images like this before, but I believe that this one was really special because it's used some really mundane, ordinary elements to make this an incredibly beautiful, like a cut jewel or an ethnic design. Yeah, using everyday stuff, and you can really get a lot by having a closer look. I was 88.
Okay, Catherine Williams, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I gave this 73. I was really looking for a level of imagination. I see a study on shapes and in an industrial, some sort of patterns, but I'm going in there and searching for that piece of more, and I'm not really finding something for my eyes to rest on, and then therefore I'm carried out of the frame in a way.
Okay, and Emma, you were in the middle there, so.
Yeah, I sort of felt I had seen this before, but I enjoyed the tones. The tones are really nice, and when you stand back, it's a lovely graphic nature. Like Catherine said, I was looking for something a little bit more, something to keep my eye in there, but I couldn't find it.
Okay, and back to Janine.
Look, I realise that I've probably got my work cut out here, but I think if you look carefully, there's several sort of borders and frames that have been created by using those objects, and around the very edge of the frame there is a definite border to contain the image, and it also has a very definite centre focus. But again, I reiterate just that using those, I think I can see streets and roads and windows and all sorts of things in there to make this beautiful amber jewel-like image. I'm on 88, and I'd urge you to come up a wee bit, please.
Hey, rescore please, judges. And we have moved to 81 silver. Right, we're going to have a quick judge change. Christopher, thank you. And Chris, would you like to jump back in? And Emma, thank you. And Mandarin, would you like to jump in? And judges that are waiting, lunch has arrived.
Hi.
If you don't all rush off at once, that'd be awesome. Not really. We've got about 8 images before we need to change. So. Okay, I'll just accept that. Right, next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 86, which is a silver distinction. Jackie?
I've scored this gold at 92. I don't know how you make something that looks like a painting and a drawing from from photographic elements like this. It's very obviously a lot of craft and skill has gone into that. Just the colour palette, the balance of those oranges at the bottom. It's really gorgeous. The details that are in there. It's a storytelling image. There's books. There's toasts. There's cameras. There's top hats. There's lots of things to excite the eye, all in the right places.
Okay, Catherine, you were at the other end.
Yeah, and I mean, I was at 78, and I'll probably just start out by saying I'm certainly listening and will be taking on board what I hear. The cubist nature is rich and colourful, and it is innovative. I'm just listening. That's probably all I can say.
Janine?
Look, I saw some real references to artists like Marc Chagall, but just perhaps not. It was not enough of that, and also I didn't quite resonate with the story. I gave the image 82, so I thought it was really very successful, but I'm just needing those things kind of explained.
Okay, Mandarin, you're up there too.
Oh my goodness, I'm busting to talk about this. Thank you so much for challenging it. I scored this gold. I think I should have gone higher even. I'm so excited by this image. The colour palette is extraordinary. It's Cubist Dada, Alice in Wonderland. If you want the story, I think I can tell you. The guy, the man on the left has the eyes and he's got the camera. The little building is like the camera obscura of the, way back when. The lady on the right, she's the motor mouth. She's got the little mouth above her glass. She's going to get, tipsy and tipsy and drunk, and yeah, that's the story. If you heard it. So yeah, definitely gold, without a doubt, and it perhaps even higher.
Chris, did you want to talk as well?
Yeah, I'm on 87. I hope this is a self-portrait, the person holding the camera. If it is, this is a bonkers, amazing self-portrait. I'm coming up to gold.
Okay, Jackie.
Yeah, that's great. You know, it's enduring. It's unique. Craft and skill, it's all there. And thanks, Mandarin, for bringing that story into it, because there's Picasso. I didn't mention that one. Okay, let's go for it. If you're
Right,
if you're
rescore,
there.
please, judges. Okay, and we have a 93. Gold award. Well done. Next slide, please. Yeah, thanks. Do you want to swap? Yeah, this is really. Okay, we have a score of 71, professional standard. Mandarin, would you like to give the entrance and feedback?
The leading eye was fairly pin sharp, so I definitely applaud the photographer, because there is a shallow depth of field and a lovely colour palette. The back eye, though, the lower eyelashes I find quite distracting because they are unsharp. They're sort of cutting across the pupil. Also, cropping a little tighter, I think, would have made the image stronger, and possibly a different angle.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Janine, do you want to give the entrance and feedback, please?
Look, a lovely botanical study of this arrangement of flowers. I think to improve this image, perhaps a slightly less tight on the left and the right, and perhaps just warming things up a bit would have perhaps made it more engaging.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And we have a score of 70, which is a professional standard. Catherine, do you want to give the entrance and feedback, please?
Yeah, interesting sort of shadow projection. I guess it's looking for, what I'm looking for is is a reason to tie in the surroundings and the projection or the screen, and bring it in together, and then potentially the botanical arrangement, looking for some little nugget in there, something there's sort of it's blocking up through the centre and sort of losing some of that detail.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 70. It is a professional standard. Jackie, would you like to give the...
To improve the image, perhaps the whites are blown out a little, and when a flipped image comes together, it's good to take us somewhere that reminds us of why you've done the technique. The colours those orange colours are really strong and gorgeous, so just bring it together.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we have a score of 76 bronze. Okay, Chris, you'd like to challenge that?
Okay, I'm on 80, so I've just snuck it into silver. Looking at an image on a screen like this, we don't have the same complexity you might have with a print. There's something that the photographer's done with this to give the feeling of a matte print. There's the subtlety of the texture that runs the whole way through the image. It's really soft and really lovely, so I think it's a good job at giving us that feeling of texture. I think the central element, the whites are a little bit blown out, but not by much. There's the black base helps to control that central element, and then that kind of sweeping through the rest of the image is lovely. The crop it gives you room to breathe. There's a line coming from the bottom that brings you up into the center. So I think this is beautiful, and I'd love to have a chat about it.
Okay, Jackie.
I looked across at the panel chair and I got picked. I was on 76, and yeah, I can feel it. It's been prepared for printing, and we can celebrate it that way. And it's very, so I'm listening to come up, obviously, with that rhetoric and the lines, all the curvatures and the separation of those little fronds in the middle. It's really well heartfelt. I can feel that.
Okay, and Mandarin.
I scored it professional practice, and I agree with everything that Chris has mentioned. I can almost forgive the blown out highlight midway up on the left, but the blown out highlights towards the bottom and that streak coming up from the lower left is so distracting. If the photographer had have photographed the image from a slightly higher angle and then cropped that bottom off, I think the image would have been much stronger.
And Catherine.
I scored the 78, and the thing that does come to mind is this feels like nature in motion. It feels like an unfurling, and that line that kind of comes up from the left to me just adds, you used the word sweep before, and that is really much what I see. I see a sweep And so instead of a stillness in this, I feel a certain energy of nature waiting for it to open fully. So I will come up to silver.
Okay, Chris.
Love all that feedback. There's an anticipation of what's coming next. Feels like part of it, which I love. Mandarin, totally agree about that. The line that's quite bright. Imagine how high this would have scored if that was better handled. I think it's, in this image, I think it's okay. I think it grounds it. It puts that's the very foreground of the pedal close to the camera. It gives you a little sense of depth. So I'm like, for me, that's okay. I'm okay with this in silver. The energy, the nature, the almost print quality is worth rewarding. So I'd love to see everyone come up to silver.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. Chris, you need to put your...
Oh, I'm sorry.
And well done, 80. Silver award. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and we have a score of 77, bronze award. Janine, do you want to talk to this? Challenge? Okay, do you want to give the entrance some feedback?
Look, I really enjoyed this image, and I'd just really like to point out the little tiny lights at the top on the right-hand side of the triangle shape, mirrored by the star in the sky. I thought that was really clever. I would have been going higher still if there were the shapes on the right-hand side about a third way up the frame. If those lines had gone straight through, that would have been just magic. So yeah. Congratulations to the photographer.
Thank you. We're going to have a quick judge change. Mandarin and Chris, thank you. And Catherine and Tim, can you step back in, please? Catherine Cadillac. And next print, slide, please. Yeah, I'm saying. Okay, we have a score of 65, which is a professional standard. Thank you. Catherine Cadillac, do you want to give some feedback to the entrant, please?
Yeah, I think he's obviously really into what he's doing, which is lovely. Quite well composed with his placement in the frame. I think this could have gone a lot higher had there been more control over the lighting. Also, his eyes aren't sharp, but yeah.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. All right, Tim, would you like to just say something to the image maker?
Yeah, absolutely stunning image, beautiful lighting, beautiful posing. I really appreciate the contrast between the background golden circle and then mimicking the almost cubism on her pose. Yes, absolutely stunning job.
Okay, great, thank you for that. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score currently of 86, which is silver distinction. And, yep, we've got a couple of people that could. So, who would like to do it? Okay, Janine, you're challenging.
Clearly, we all saw something really special with this image. I was really drawn to it. It's sort of like the ephemera of this person's hobby of stamp collecting, and it's all of the elements are there. It's beautifully assembled. I think I scored it 91 gold straight in. And at the moment we're sitting on a score of
86.
86. So really not a great deal of distance to travel to bring this beautifully compiled and assembled image into that higher level, and I'd like to hear other people's thoughts.
Catherine Williams.
Yeah, at 78, it's some of the craft that is letting it down for me. I feel he's overlit to me. He's very bright, but probably the thing is that we've got this emotional story in there with the love letter. I miss you dearly, but I don't see a man who's giving me that emotion. I feel like I'm looking at a man who has been told to stand there with a magnifying glass up to his eye, and that it's all focused around, getting the eye sharp and that, but I'm not feeling this story. I want to feel a love story in here. So I can certainly come up higher than I are. I recognise that I'm probably too low compared to everyone else, but I really want to feel some emotion out of this. And when we're talking at gold level, that's where I feel we should be heading.
Tim might be able to help you out.
I've got plenty of emotion to share. This really, really touched me. I think the longer you sit with it, the more intrigued you are. I almost saw a story of immigration, and I think he was writing home to his lover. But with the tools surrounding it, I don't know if this is the right term. Is it a cartographer? Someone who makes maps? Yeah. Because there's the tweezers down the bottom and then the lens up the top. I don't know. I get that this man possibly travelled for his job, but he left his love behind. But he's had such a full life. all of these stamps surrounding him, all of these love letters back and forth between him and his lover. And, I mean, it's his life on a page, and he's his own stamp. Framing it as a stamp, it's his legacy. I think it's really, really beautiful. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's so well done. Everything's balanced. The 3 stamps framing the circle, the stamp up in the right corner balances down with the other one. The red stamp in the bottom left, it's impeccable. Oh, sorry, I was on 90 gold, but I will go up.
Catherine?
Yeah, I was on 84, so a strong silver, nearly into distinction. It has gone to distinction. I'm kind of with you, Catherine. I do see this as a beautifully put together piece with a lot of elements, but I feel that that's about where it doesn't have that emotional impact for me. I think there's quite a lot reading into the text there. About the love story, I wasn't getting that. I do sort of feel that maybe he is also making us into the stamp because he's sort of examining us, so that might be something to consider. But I'm also just a little bit put off by that blankness of the expression, lack of emotion there, so I do want to hear some more.
Jackie.
Right, so I was on 87, and I'm pretty happy where it's sitting there. I agree with the Catherines that his body is he's the real part of this, but he looks quite flat, and his body, the cut-outness is a little bit abrupt, and the flipping of the Queen in the background, I'm not sure she'd like that very much. It feels so. That's where I was very happy with the distinction.
Janine, back to you.
Thanks, guys. Look, I'd just like to talk a little bit about that love story, and thank you, Catherine, for that. This man is very much of his generation, and showing passion and love is probably a bit of a big leap, and he is who he is. But I also contemplate the idea that the love story may be quite sad. It may not be. It may not have had a happy ending. Just that beautiful patina and aged approach to this, I find very appealing. I'd like you to reconsider. I'm on gold, 91.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Solidified the silver distinction with an 88. Great, thank you very much. Now, we're just going to do a judge swap so some people can get some lunch. So, Janine, you can take a break, and Mandarin, are you here? Oh, yep. If you can come in, please. And Jackie, if you can jump out. And Kay, if you can come in, please. Okay, are we all ready? Okay, next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 81, and that is a silver award. Okay, just going along the line for a bit of a comment from somebody, and Kay, you're...
Yeah, lovely, really lovely study of this bird. It's really beautiful, and I think the handling of the overall image is nice. I think just watch things like in the cloud. Some of the clouds are sort of creating quite a distracting elements, and they could easily have been softened just to continue that mood in the background.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And yes, we're just going to do a quick judge swap so Catherine can get some lunch.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So Paul, can just jump in? Right. Okay. And next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, Paul, you are new to the fold.
Yeah, to me, I really enjoyed the conversation about the pathways that animals travel through the landscape, and kind of that there's a community sort of aspect to the different species dancing. Where I felt like it fell down a little bit is on the bottom left. It's sort of chopping it off, and it's not quite cohesive from a compositional point of view to me.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 74, professional standard. Very even scoring across the board there. So maybe Kay could... Oh, sorry, Tim, you...
Welcome, Tim. Yeah. I feel that there needs to be some sort of personality coming out of the fish, because it's just everything's fairly static in the image. So either a bit of movement or more of a directional angle of the fish to the camera, just in terms of creating that little bit of added interest to the story.
Okay, thanks, Kay. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And Paul would like to challenge that.
Wonderfully illustrative aesthetic to this image that allows us to flow through the frame with the gentle wind blowing through the grasses of the foreground and the soft pastel skies. Beautiful amount of detail, very elegant colour palette. It still has a sense of depth and presence without being overt. It's given us a nice amount of breathing room to move around and just get that sense of space, which I also really appreciate. I enjoy this sort of triangular design that sort of warps us around the frame centrally for the triangular cloud on the top that gives it a little bit of shape. I'm on silver.
Catherine, you're at the other end of things.
Yeah, I gave this 73. I agree, that strong illustrative feel. I guess I'm a little confused as to the photographer's choice of just repeating the tree. My spatial awareness isn't that great, but the first two trees are identical except for the bird and the size. Obviously, the other one, I think it is also the same tree flipped. Yeah, so that held me back out of the bronze range because I just felt in this category it was unnecessary. But if you can explain that to me as part of the story, then I'm open to hearing that.
Okay, Mandarin.
When this image came up, I really wanted to love it because I think there's so much potential. The elements that I felt let it down slightly, the trees disappearing into the grass, they haven't been resolved quite as well as they could be, and it's a little bit clunky for use of a better word. The bird sitting in the tree, it's not obvious that it's actually sitting in the tree. The claws look like they're sort of floating above one of the twigs. Also, the texture overlay I find very heavy on the right sky, but it seems much less so on the left. It would have been nice to have a little bit of a vignette as well to draw our eye into the subject. And finally, it would have been good to have the bird perhaps a little bit more deep in colour to make it really pop out.
Okay, yep, Tim.
Yeah, I was near where Catherine was. I'm on 74 professional standard, and I really wanted to bring this into the award range, but I think for the reasons Catherine highlighted, it is a duplicate of the same tree, and the light is going in the opposite direction on the third tree, which indicates that it's just been flipped. And I do just find the heaviness on the top of the frame, it's kind of pushing down. I think if we had the movement and the vibrancy and the colour of the grass, and then the trees standing tall and strong and dark, and then maybe lighten up the top just to let it breathe a bit, it feels a bit suffocated.
Okay, do we have any other thoughts? No, it looks like it's back to you, Paul.
Yeah, you certainly pointed out things that I hadn't noticed, so thank you, everyone. One thing I particularly enjoy, which I didn't notice till my second trip up, is this beautiful little pop of coloration of these gorgeous bright yellows in the foreground of these lovely flowers that just add a little reward for coming up close. Mandy, I feel like there's a mythical quality through the image. It's not trying to be literal, and the way the trees are just kind of emerging out of the grass in a soft sort of poetic way is supported by the textural qualities of the sky that are really showing a very deliberate kind of purposefulness and trying to move this away from a very literal scene into a much more textural and figurative one. So again, I think the movement at the bottom is particularly vibrant and quite gorgeous. So I'm at silver. Feel free to come and join.
Okay, judges, rescore, please. Great conversation about it. However, we're still on a 76. It's a bronze award. Okay. Okay. Do that. And Paul, can you just log in as yourself, please?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Catherine. I'm trying to plagiarise you.
Don't worry, we made a note of it. Okay, next image, please. Can we just have a bit of quiet in the audience, please? The judges are trying to concentrate on what they're doing. Just a bit. Thank you. Okay, we have a score of 76, a bronze award. And as I look along, yep, Catherine, would you like a comment, please?
I think this is quite a cool study of shape and the colour, the simplicity of it, and then the connection between the two objects is cool. I think to strengthen it, just watched some of the details. I think that top highlight on the smaller sphere looks a little bit just like a brush stroke, and also around the top of that little circle, especially on the left-hand side, it actually becomes quite fuzzy instead of a clean line that you see on the top right. So just a little bit more attention to detail might have lifted it.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Now, we're just going to do a bit of a judge swap around again. So, Paul, if you'd like to just jump out for a sec. And Christopher, can you just take Paul's place? And Mandarin, if you'd like to take a bit of a break. And Emma. Is Emma here? Oh, yep, there you are. Thank you. Okay, all ready to go. And next image. Okay, we have a score of 74. That's a professional standard. And we could just look along the line there with Emma, new to the panel. Just a comment to the...
Yeah, I think there's a texture or something that's been, I'm not totally sure, but there's the wrinkle in the background, maybe a little heavy-handed if that's what it is, and the black underneath the cardboard at the front. But yeah, it's a strong point, this image, you know, a big issue, so thanks for bringing it to us.
Okay, thank you, Emma. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79 currently, which is a bronze award, which is automatically going to review. But, Catherine?
So I actually squeaked this into silver distinction. I gave it an 85. I feel like this is a really strong piece of communication of a theme that we have seen before. I haven't seen it done in this way, though. I think this young woman is putting together the puzzle pieces of her life and presenting. She's putting together the way she wants to present to the world. She becomes vibrant in the pieces of the completed puzzle, and she's very grey and sort of ill-looking with the reality behind there. Yeah, I possibly even would have gone. Well, no, I'll stop there. I don't want to point out some negatives, but there are a couple of small distractions. But I think as a piece of excuse me, of creative, strong storytelling, this is really interesting, and I think it warrants further discussion.
Christopher, you're down the other end of things.
I was a little bit harsh at 76, so I will be going up, but I take it the other way. She's actually pulling herself apart like those kids that scratch themselves with blades. She's actually destroying her life and pulling it back to the dark side. So she's a pretty youthful person, and she's going towards the other side of it.
Okay. Emma?
Yeah, I was on 80, and it was really for that communication. I saw it more what Catherine had seen, and I thought the way that she's sort of putting it together to portray to the world that, you know, she's, you know, the skin retouching and everything is perfect, where in reality that perhaps, you know, we all have scars and a bit of shadows here and there. So no, I've enjoyed it. Probably just the perspective a little bit with that hand coming towards us and being so dominating, but that's part of the story.
Okay. Do we have anything else to add? Oh, Tim. Yep, jump in.
I was on 77 bronze, and I can appreciate the storytelling aspect of this, and I got putting yourself back together, so I struggle with mental health maybe, and slowly that road to recovery isn't, you know, always easy, and it's complex, and there's lots of different pieces that come together. What held it back from Silver for me was more a technical aspect. The highlight on her nose is quite blown out, and then on the black and white side, down the left bottom corner is quite dark, and then the skin tones on the colour side are leaning quite red and yellow, so that's what's held it into bronze for me.
Okay, it looks like it's back to you, Catherine.
Yes, I think Christopher's actually given us another potential reading of this story, which is quite interesting, the whole idea of herself putting herself back into that box. I think in terms of the skin tones, they are slightly unnatural, but then you look at the colour of those surrounding pieces with the lurid blue and purple, you know, this is a bright, vibrant persona that she's trying to give to the world, so it sort of makes sense. The hand coming forward, it is large, but I feel that creates engagement with the viewer. You know, there's we are that on that puzzle plane, and she's behind that in terms of space. It gives a depth that she's coming right towards the camera, and I thought that was a deliberate choice on the part of the photographer. What is the score currently, sorry, Paul?
79.
Okay, no, I think we just need to get this into silver. Thanks, guys.
Okay, please rejudge. Okay, and we have an 81 silver award. Okay, and can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. And maybe Kay, could you just a word to the author?
I'm not 100% sure what I can say. I guess I would have wanted to go high. I actually really enjoy the image. That it's got massive visual impact. But I guess struggling a little bit with what the context is of the yellow buildings. The colour palette works really well in saying that, though. I'm assuming he's a radiologist or something like that. Lighting's lovely. Yeah, just potentially a little bit more information around what those buildings represent in his life.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. Next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Okay, and just looking for a comment from somebody in the group. I'll just pick. Okay.
Yeah, quite a nice little narrative in here. Photographer, I'm assuming that guy looks like he's photographing the tornado storm coming through. I would potentially look at maybe cropping the image, because I think there's a lot of space in there that's not necessarily needed or adding to the story.
Okay, thank you for that. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 73. That's professional standard. Numbers were fairly even across the board. Maybe Emma, a thought on that?
Yeah, it's a nice and clean image. Probably what was throwing me was the light direction on the plant was coming from the right, and the coffee thing looked like there was a light from the left. So just make sure your light source is the same for all elements.
Okay, thank you for that. All right. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 73. That's professional standard. Once again, very tight scoring across the board. So I might go for Catherine this time. Just a quick comment.
I think this feels like a fairly technique-driven image. It's got a hint of a concept with one of the horses being tethered, but I don't think it's been quite strong enough narrative to get it into an award level. Just in terms of the technicals, just watch the blending, the believability. The horse sort of feels like it's not quite standing on that earth. Yeah,
Okay, thank you for those comments. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. I'm happy with that. Yep. Maybe Christopher for a comment.
If I was judging this in the commercial category, I'd actually say you've totally successfully summed up an element of the architecture, and the client would have been very happy. It's just that it doesn't have enough emotion for the category, I feel. It's really an exercise in being clever. And so that's the only reason. I need more if I want to have more expression. So more at the top, something leading me in like the Nautilus, you know.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comment. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 72. That's a professional standard. And just looking for a comment across, Tim.
Yeah, it's a good attempt at a floral portrait, question mark, still life. I just think it needs a bit more dynamic range in terms of lighting. I think just having the one light source has left it a bit flat, and just be careful of your highlights and the whites.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, and a comment from, let's say, Catherine.
There's a lot of sort of dynamic stuff going on in this image with the colour. I think it gets a little confused down the bottom. You could sort of say she's coming up, swirling up out of that confusion to a cleaner figure, but I do find that jumble of limbs and bright highlights in the bottom there a little confusing.
Great. Okay. Thank you for the comments. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 73, which is a professional standard. And just looking for a comment from somebody along the line. I think it's back down to you, Kay.
Yeah, it's a lovely portrait of the flower. I think the photographer probably could look at where they're focusing or use a little bit of focus stacking. The eye is drawn to the centre part of the flower, but it's not sharp. And there's it almost seems some slight inconsistencies around the depth of field where that placement is. So yeah, otherwise lovely, soft, gentle image.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. We're just going to do a quick judge change just so people can get a bit of a fair go at everything. So, Catherine, if you'd like to take a bit of a break, and Mandarin, if you want to come in, and Christopher, take a break. Chris, if you come on in.
Crosses again, crisscrossing. Crisscrossing.
Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And I'll ask one of the new ones to the panel. Chris, do you want a quick comment?
There's really good color tones and textures in here, and the figure at the back of the dunes walking up is lovely. I found the lighting on the moon incongruous to the lighting on the sand dunes. The sun feels like it's to the right of the frame, but the moon's being lit from a different direction. So probably tightening that up would have brought me higher.
Okay, great. Thank you for that comment. And next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Kay would like to challenge this.
I put this on 86. I thought it was a beautiful. It could be an image. I'm seeing a torso in the middle, in the background behind the fish, arms stretched out. It could represent the Pisces, whatever it is. I'm not sure, but it's asking a lot of questions. And what I'm also really enjoying is the texture that's used over the whole image is really just pulling it all together, all those elements together. The colour palette is really quite interesting. It's intriguing. It's not something that we normally see. And each of the elements are, yeah, you can look and find. I'm even looking at a face almost at the top, a little cartoony type face at the top between the fish's heads. There's so much more in this image than what you first see. So I'm really enjoying it. I'm intrigued by it. I don't know all the story about it, but I'm finding it really, really interesting.
Okay, Chris, you got the other end?
I was on 71, so I think I saw something quite different. I think that the angle this is shot from is unusual and different, and that adds to the consideration. There were some issues that I thought the attention to detail wasn't quite there. So there's a left-right flip, and a whole bunch of the elements aren't actually even left and right. Some of them are a little bit higher, a little bit lower. There's some areas, particularly around the top, where it feels like the color has been pushed, and that kind of green starts to lean into blues and magentas, and it doesn't feel intentional. It feels like an artifact from pushing the color too far. If it was intentional, I'm not sure that it's effective and adds to the image. Probably my last comment is the two vertical lines that are kind of at the, sort of 20% in either side of the image. They do keep your eye to the center, but they don't feel consistent with the rest of the image. So I think there's really good concepts in here. There are just some technical difficulties that kept me out. But obviously you see something really meaningful in this, and I want to listen to what you have to say.
Mandarin?
Sorry. Everything that the other judges have said, and just to add one thing further, I think when you're flipping an image, I feel like there needs to be a reason for it, and I'm all open to seeing faces and figures and that sort of thing, but I don't understand the connection. Why has that been done in this instance? So if you can explain that, I'll potentially go up. I was on 73.
Tim?
I was on 72 professional standard as well. I was looking for a Y as to the flip. And up on the top, you can see where they've painted and masked the background image, that square. So to the left and the right of the fish's heads, it looks like they've masked out that background image. Also, I'm unsure on the use of the filter where it turns everything into like an oil painting. So I'm just quite conflicted in what it's presenting other than a mirrored image.
Okay. Got anything else there? No, it looks like might be back to you, Kay.
Yeah. I might be pushing it here, but I think the purpose of the flip is to create that human figure that's sitting in the background. What the relationship is to the fish, maybe they're almost like lungs, which are out of proportion of the body itself. I think there's a subtleness within the image that creates mystery, creates something that we don't really necessarily understand, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. This could just be a piece of art almost. In terms of the magenta, I've noticed a lot of the, I'm not allowed to say in terms of referencing other images, but I have a feeling there is a bit of magenta at the top and bottom of the monitor, which is coming from the monitor, not the images because I've noticed that quite a few images. So I'm discounting that magenta, fading into the magenta side of it. But there's definitely a subtleness and that human form, the lungs, the fish breathe underwater, all that sort of thing. So there's a lot of intrigue and interest. I'd like to see it, what's it on at the moment?
75.
I'd like to see it even into a silver. I think it's worthy of that.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, notched it up a couple of 77 bronze award. Okay, thank you for that. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And Chris would like to jump in on this.
Yeah, well, I'll challenge this. I was on 80, so I just snuck it into silver. This is a really good example, I think, of this style of technique where you do the kaleidoscope based on arbitrary other elements. It's created quite a beautiful, masculine, ordered pattern from a subject that is, it's actually pretty ugly. I mean, it's industrial stairs and staircases and smokestacks and stuff like that. So it's been woven together really cleanly. And it's really clean. Like, if you get in and have a look, it is so tight and so tidy. At home, I don't know if you can see how tight and tidy this is, but it is really crisp. There's an extra thing that initially bothered me that I quite like, which is around the very outside, there's sort of like, it's not quite black. It's just up from black, and it's almost a concrete texture that perhaps came from one of these, you know, but close up. And all these are photographed from a distance, so it's giving a slight feeling of the texture of the original item. So I think this is a silver, and I would love to have a chat about it, to see what, talk about it.
Okay, you're at the other end of this range. Yep.
Yeah, I scored at 75, just in professional standard. I was distracted by that, what you call the concrete, the colour, the red, almost a reddish sort of hue it's coming out of the blackness, which I think is actually a little bit distracting from what we're seeing. Is the rest of it is a lovely crystal diamond type subject matter. So that's why I kept it into the bronze range. So I'm listening though.
Mandarin, you're up there with Chris.
Thank you. Yes, I scored it silver for all the reasons that Chris mentioned. It's like an industrial landscape kaleidoscope, and it's if you've ever looked through a kaleidoscope, I can see that it's constantly evolving and changing. Where I think I was let down slightly was I'm always looking for that extra element, the little human, the little something or other that's going to really finish off the image for me.
Okay. Tim?
Yeah, I gave this 76 bronze. I see a white lotus, like a flower, and I thought that was quite beautiful. I love the oranges and how it kind of fades out to this blue-toned white colour. But what really did bring it down for me was that haloing around the edge. I feel like that the artist or the photographer has done the kaleidoscope and then just dropped it on a black background. And I just think that would need to be cleaned up, especially there's all the little black specks as well on the outer ring, so I think that's just what let it down for me.
Okay, I think it's back to you, Chris.
Okay, I'd encourage you to go and have another look at that background, because it's not just dropped on a black background. There are like exhaust holes where there's you can see markings from chemicals that have fallen in. It's not pure. It is something that comes from this industrial building. I love that I've gotten you all to stand up. That's super cool. So I think it's intentional, and to me that's a choice, and I love that choice has been made. We've all had some pretty complimentary things to say. Mandarin, you talked about having the cookie. Yeah, I looked for that cookie too, and I think we might need an hour to find it if it's in there. And maybe it is, but in the time we have, we can't find it. There aren't many reasons to keep this out of silver. I please ask judges to come with me.
Okay, judges, can we please rescore? Okay, you managed to do it. 81, silver award. Rightio, and we just need to do the final judge change. No reflection on your what just happened, but Chris and Mandarin, and Mandarin, you can take a break too, and Jackie and Janine. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yep. Okay, and can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, and that's a bronze award. Okay, and just looking for a comment from somebody. Jackie.
Comment. Yes, it's just love the way this dog's become some sort of fairy, and with the smoke bombing behind it. It's a pity that the distracting highlights in the background have take our eye away from that.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 85, silver distinction. Right, and we just need a comment from somebody regarding the image, and Jackie.
I'm happy to do that. I scored at 88. I thought it was great. But the light that's coming from the bottom, perhaps it was a little bit over illuminated. It could have been a bit darker for me. I think I would have, would have been much more solid. Wow, piece of creation like this, it's hard to, it could easily have gone gold, too maybe.
Okay, great, thank you for that comment. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 73, professional standard. And just a comment from somebody, Janine.
Look, a well-observed image, the sort of contrast of the beautiful little bird compared to the rubbish that's lying around, and all crisply portrayed on a white background was quite engaging. I'm not sure how to improve this image other than maybe making a stronger subject.
Okay, thank you for that, Janine. And that is us. So, a big thank you out there for Sonny for sponsoring the awards and for Nikon for sponsoring this category. Big thank you to the judges who have put in such a hard effort, and also my co-panel chair beside me, the students out the back, the honours team, etc., everybody out the back. Big thank you to the audience, okay, both those here and online. And that is it. That is your Nikon creative category for 2022.